All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live here today for another edition of a live NASCAR broadcast, or at least commentary on today's race. You guys will not be able to see the race on the channel, but if you are unable to watch on NBCSN or would rather listen to my commentary, you are more than welcome to stay in the stream. It is the Foxwoods Resort Casino 301 at New Hampshire, another Cup Series edition of the live commentary here today on the channel. Thanks for everybody tuning in. DRG, Oni, Tyler Burbeck, Trevor Grimes, Cars One Boy, Kyle Larson fan. Welcome to the stream. So, yeah, if you guys are getting hyped down in the chat for today's race, let me know it. We'll run through the starting lineup first and foremost for today's race as of right now. Kyle Busch and Martin Truex Jr. will be on the front row with Truex starting outside pole. Kyle Busch on the pole position. Row number 2 is going to be Chase Elliott and Kurt Busch, couple of Chevrolets. Busch won last week at Atlanta. Chase Elliott won the week before that at Road America. Alex Bowman and Denny Hamlin will be in row 3. Hamlin trying to become a 4-time winner here at New Hampshire. Ryan Blaney and Tyler Reddick. Man, I have not botched this starting lineup. I don't think ever, but I am right now. Ryan Blaney, Tyler Reddick will be in row number 4. Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson in row 5. Larson, the most winningest driver so far this season in the Cup Series. Brad Keselowski and Kevin Harvick, couple of Fords back in row 6. Austin Dillon, Matt DiBenedetto in row 7. DiBenedetto, my sleeper pick. Austin Dillon, one of the don't have picks that we had in the predictions episode just moments ago. Joey Logano and William Byron will be back in row 8. Logano, a 2-time winner at New Hampshire. His first career win came here in 2009 in a rain-shortened race. Chris Buescher, Bubba Wallace will be back in row 9. And then rookie Chase Briscoe alongside Ross Chastain will be in row 10. Cole Custer, Eric Almirola, a couple Stuart Haas Fords will be back in row 11. Michael McDowell, Daytona 500 winner and 2-time Cup Series winner, Eric Jones will be back in the following row in row 12. Row 13, Ryan Preece and Corey LaJoie. Preece won the Modified Series race here a couple days ago. Anthony Alfredo and Ryan Newman. Alfredo, another rookie this season, and he will be in row number 14. Row 15 will be Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Justin Haley. Daniel Suarez, BJ McLeod will be in row 16. Row 17 will be Garrett Smithley, Cody Ware. Josh Bilicki, Quinn Houff will be in row 17, and all by himself in row 18 will be James Davidson. There is 5 drivers that will be starting at the rear for today's race. Those drivers include Bubba Wallace, Quinn Houff, Ryan Preece, BJ McLeod. There's one more. My internet's not running as well as it was. I'm trying to trying to find out the notes for you guys. If you are watching on NBCSN, you probably already had seen it. It's saying it's timed out for some reason. I can't get it to get back onto my phone. I know it was one of the other backmarker cars, but I can't remember. Yeah, BJ McLeod. I already said him. I said McLeod already. There was somebody else that I didn't mention. It's McLeod, Houff, Wallace, Corey LaJoie. That's right. It was Corey LaJoie. I remember. It just popped in my head now. I remembered. I didn't even have to look it up. Wow, I didn't know this was a short race. 301 laps, 301 miles around the Magic Mile here today. Yes, this will be one of the shorter race lengths of the season. And this first stage, I believe, is very short as well. So those drivers looking for those stage points here early on, especially drivers on the cutoff line. Going to be pretty crucial. You'll see the top 31 on the leaderboard throughout today's race on your guys' screen here. Any cautions we have will hopefully come up. Last time we did this for the Atlanta race last week. No, it wasn't Atlanta. It was the truck race at Knoxville. For whatever reason, the cautions were not working on the raw feed. So if it doesn't work again, sorry for that. It'll show all the leaders and the lead changes, average speed, last speed, all your driver speeds. If you can follow your favorite driver throughout today's race, get to see their last lap time, their best lap time, their best speed, and their best lap, what lap that came on. Lights are out on the pace car. They will be going green this time. Kyle Busch, again, will lead the field to the green in that beautiful-looking green, lightning-like Interstate Batteries Toyota Camry. Lionette, welcome to the stream. It's me, Oni. My phone died. But welcome back. Patrick Shadley, welcome to the stream as well. Welcome, everybody. I didn't shout any of you guys out yet, did I? Well, I shouted some of you guys out. A lot of you guys, if not all of you, watch the fantasy podcast. So, again, thanks for tuning into that. All the predictions. Rolling into 3 and 4 this time. Looks like a pretty nice crowd on hand at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Some camping on the backstretch as well. Pretty cool day. It's going to be in the mid to high 60s the entire race. Unusual compared to most summer New Hampshire races, which have been very, very hot, 80, 90 degrees typically, but not this afternoon. Overcast skies. Green flag is going to be in the air. Kyle Busch electing to restart on the inside and will lead the field down into turn 1. Martin Truex Jr. quickly follows into second place with Chase Elliott in third. Battle quickly side by side off turn 2 for fourth between Bowman and Kurt Busch. Blaney ducks to the inside of Denny Hamlin now, who is stuck on the outside groove. Truex drives to the rear bumper of Kyle Busch, but Kyle Busch will lead lap 1 here at New Hampshire. Truex is putting a lot of pressure on him. We'll see if Busch will let him go, perhaps, with those two being Joe Gibbs Racing teammates. And yes, there is rain in the forecast throughout most of the day as well. Halfway point will be at lap 151, or at the end of stage 2, whatever comes first, which they're both equal 75 laps, stage 1 and stage 2, so I guess that would lead to halfway right about lap 150, 151 anyway. Competition yellow will be out at lap 30 as well due to no practice or qualifying for this race. A little bit of a chain reaction action going on behind Denny Hamlin. Blaney and Bell stacked up, causing Reddick and Larson to check up and nearly run into the back of each other as they've spaced out single file but still heavily congested. Bell tries to make a move to the inside of Ryan Blaney, drives it in deep into 3 and 4, completes the pass, and that will be a pass for 7th. Keselowski also trying to make a pass right now and hopefully get his way up inside the top 10 if he can get his way around Kyle Larson. Looks like there is some drizzling going on the racetrack right now. We've seen that. As long as it doesn't dampen the track too much, they will stay green. But these cars running around this track, especially with it being a short track, there's a very good chance that at least it'll keep the heat in the racetrack. Should be fine, but knowing the competition yellow is coming out at lap 30, we'll have to see, hopefully, that we can get at least to the halfway mark in this race. Kyle Busch still holds on to the lead. Took him a couple laps to really get going, but now Martin Truex Jr. is falling about 7 to 8 tenths of a second behind him. The intervals on the leaderboard that you see on the channel as well will change every lap, so at the end of every lap, once Kyle Busch crosses the start-finish line, the intervals will change then. Or whoever the leader is, of course. Right now, it is Kyle Busch. Oh, Kyle Busch is in the wall! Cars are sliding everywhere as it is now raining way too much. Denny Hamlin goes for a spin. Bowman spun right around. But Kyle Busch is the only one with heavy damage. Martin Truex Jr. also with heavy damage. Ross Chastain's got damage to the back of his car, and the rain has come down and has costed already two of the heavy favorites here at New Hampshire. And my race win pick and two of the must-haves are already done, likely for the day. Caution is out immediately. They will go to work. The window net is down on the 18 of Kyle Busch in frustration, which means his day is likely going to come to an end. Kyle Busch is upset, and he is bump drafting the pace car pretty heavily going into, I believe, turns 3 and 4. The rain is coming down very, very heavily now at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway, and he is upset with NASCAR for having it be under green. Truex also backed it into the wall when he spun. Literally all three of the favorites that I had for the Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota spun going into turns 1 and 2 in the rain. Have to agree with the frustration of Kyle Busch right now. There's going to be a lot of salty driver interviews coming up, I'd have to assume, if this thing goes to red. They're still under yellow conditions currently, which is giving time for those Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas to repair damage. With Kyle Busch dropping the window net, though, it has to lead me to believe that when you drop the window net, I believe your day has come to an end. Heavy sparks rolling out from underneath the 19 car right now. You can definitely tell something is wrong with the suspension in that race car, on top of the fact that the splitter was driving. They usually angle the right rears inwards on these flatter racetracks, your Martinsvilles, your Phoenixes, your New Hampshires, but sorry for your mustache. Yeah, that stinks. I mean, it stinks that my predictions are going to be wrong just because of lap 1. Or, not lap 1, but because of it raining. You can see raindrops falling at the start of the race on the camera lenses from NBC as well, so it definitely was at least sprinkling at the start of the race, but they let it go green initially. It doesn't look like there's too much rain in the area, something that probably just popped up over top of the racetrack just before the start of the race. But knowing that this track does not have lights and it's already 3:30 Eastern Standard Time, if the rain continues for much longer, they'll have to dry the track, obviously. Jet dryers are out there currently. But now that we're under red flag, cannot work on the race car if you are any of the drivers with damage. And Kyle Busch's crew is arguing with the NASCAR officials, saying, well, the only reason we have damage is because we were racing in the rain when we shouldn't have. And it is going to be very interesting to see if NASCAR will do anything. We've seen them do something in the All-Star race way back when we had a huge wreck going into turn 1 on the opening lap of an all-star race, but that was a non-points race, and they allowed the teams that had damage to get backup cars out and restart the race. With this being an actual points race, I don't know if they're going to do that, which is a very unfortunate circumstance for Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr., who obviously had the heaviest of damage there in that incident. Hamlin spun. He kept it off the wall. He has no damage. Patrick, indeed, and I would be too. Give the drivers backup cars. Who crashed? Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr., Ross Chastain's got some damage. Hamlin saved it. Bowman, I believe, saved it as well, but they also spun. Yep, and those were the only drivers involved. All separate incidents around the racetrack, too. They were outside of Truex and Busch. They were nowhere near each other. They just spun going into the corner. If there is any driver interviews, I will let you guys listen to them. They cannot touch the car under red flag conditions, but they can definitely walk around the race car and look at how they will try to repair this damage. It's all NASCAR's fault. I'd say so. I'd say so too. I do understand why they went green to start the race, but with it sprinkling too, they should. I mean, the best thing that they could have done was not start the race. Because if they would have not started the race, obviously we wouldn't have this issue. But then we get the full race in, start it like normal when there's no rain. Because it was raining on the parade laps. I have Hamlin in my lineup. Hamlin doesn't have any damage, so he'll be all right. I do have Truex in my lineup, though, and he's got some pretty significant damage. Marty Snyder was standing next to Kyle Busch, so I'd assume we're going to get an interview coming up very soon here. And from the NBC broadcast, they did say that they were going to try to get a word from him. I would not. I would expect to get the earmuffs out here if you are under the age of 18, and there will likely be some explicit language being used here with this interview, so it's a fair warning. So that way I won't have to apologize afterwards, because I would assume that it will be coming. And the stream or wait out the storms. If they put the covers on the race cars at all, which they have not done yet, then I will wait it out. But if it turns into, if we get like 10 to 15 minutes into the rain delay, then we'll just have to stop the stream. And if they come back again tomorrow, we'll be on the channel tomorrow. And that means we'll just run Darlington today instead of tomorrow on the channel for the NASCAR Heat 5. So either way, we will be streaming. It's just whether it'll be this race or my race, we'll have to wait and see. Again, there are no lights at New Hampshire. Let's Google to see what time sundown is. When is sunset in Loudon, New Hampshire? (8:21 p.m. Eastern Standard Time). You usually have about 15 to 20 minutes of daylight after sundown, so we're probably looking at about 8:36 to 8:41 Eastern Standard Time. And, this is another one of those issues, I guess, with starting the race at 3 to 3:30, 4 o'clock, is, especially in the summertime, anywhere, you can get, it's more likely to have pop-up showers when you have humidity. mixing with the cooler air, especially with New Hampshire having a cooler temperature day in the 60s in July, very rare. Here's Kyle Busch's interview.
Yeah, we started the race under a mist. And so, yeah, I mean, it never should have went green to begin with. But then it kept getting worse and worse with lap. And the lap before, I went into one and it shoved the nose really bad. And I was able to keep it under control. It wasn't wet enough. And then the next time I went down there, hell, I lifted at the flag stand. Maybe a little past the flag stand. Don't get too dramatic. And just backed it in. I mean, we've been talking about it for 2 laps that it was raining. There's no sense in saying what I want to say. It doesn't do you any good.
Well, how frustrating are these situations knowing that you got a shot starting on the pole and at one of your better racetracks, Kyle?
I mean, we're done. We're going home. It's over. You know, there's no fixing that thing.
Is there a way to improve communication maybe so the tower can hear quicker maybe?
It's going to get me in trouble.
Okay, we'll let Kyle go on that one, but they are done for the day. Ben Bayshore got a good look underneath there, Steve, and said, yep, we can't fix that. So, as Kyle mentioned, they're done for the day, but you can sense the frustration. Kyle being very calm there, but obviously very frustrated that they were racing in these.
Yep. I was going to say the same thing. The Dale Jr. Steve Letarte were just talking about being very impressed with the choice of words from Kyle Busch, that he did keep his calm and demeanor. I think it was a good thing they chose to interview him live after the commercial break. Give him a few more minutes to cool off. But, man. JS Goat 99, welcome to the stream. I do not blame you. I do not blame you. And the cars are getting covered now as the rain has definitely gotten even heavier. Not the first time we've seen an incident with NASCAR with this season, and really in the last couple of years. Remember Texas last season in the fall, we had a very similar issue where it wasn't at the very start of the race, but it was probably midway through stage 1. And we had some incidents around the racetrack. You know, some sliding going on. And then a couple laps later, when it was too damp, Kevin Harvick had gotten into the wall while he was leading and likely had a good chance to not only win that race, but if he just would have finished one position better than what he did after the incident, which he pretty much ran a couple laps down most of the race after that, he would have made it to the championship 4. Here's Martin Truex Jr.'s interview.
Into turn 1 and kind of what you felt, and at that point, were you just a passenger?
Oh, yeah, it's just ice. I mean, slicks don't stick to water. So I think, obviously the 18 and I had it the worst because we were out front and, half a lap ahead of the back of the field. So it's the wettest when we get there. The lap before I went into one and about did the same thing. And I hollered on the radio that the track is wet, like wet. And I tried to back it down and I got in there and it just kept going. I couldn't even slow it down. So at some point you got to turn the wheel and that's when it spins out. So I don't know. I hate it for Reese's Fine Foods. This, we only had a few races with them this year. They had a lot of people here, and we were excited for the opportunity to race at one of my favorite tracks. And now we're out. So I don't know. We'll be able to get some work done on it, but it's not pretty.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. So the damage, I know you've been able to look at it a little bit, and James Small climbed over the wall to check it out too. But what is the extent of it from what you can tell?
The rear's not bad. The suspension's not bad. The splitter's on the earth on caution. So a lot of stuff bent up under the left front splitter, and obviously a critical part of the car to get around here fast. We'll try to get it off the racetrack and soldier on, but we felt like we were going to have a good car today. So it's a real shame.
Thanks, Martin. Yeah, and bummer for sure. This guy's led more laps than anybody here. Still looking for that first win at New Hampshire, but tough way to start it for sure.
Yeah, it is definitely raining pretty good right now in New Hampshire. It did look like it was going to be a pop-up shower. And with this being a 1-mile racetrack, there is a good chance that they could get this track dried in less than an hour after it does stop raining, but they have more than well lost the racetrack. Lane, welcome to the stream. Well, see, the problem is though, that I was just kind of thinking about this over the last couple of interviews too. In a situation where it's like, yeah, they could allow them to get backup cars. Remember, they did not bring backup cars to the racetrack. There's no practice or qualifying scheduled. They're only bringing one car to the racetrack. So there isn't even another car that Kyle Busch or Martin Truex Jr. could even use, even if they did allow them to pull out another car. There's just none available. They only brought one car to the racetrack because there was only a race to be ran, no practice or qualifying. So there's literally nothing that NASCAR can do that could allow Truex or Kyle Busch to continue without a damaged race car, unfortunately. And that's NASCAR's issue. That's NASCAR's problem. Luckily, not mine. And it's definitely an unfortunate circumstance for both Martin Truex Jr. and Kyle Busch, and for my fantasy team, considering I did have Truex and predicted Kyle Busch to win. But definitely a crazy and wild start to this race, that's for sure. Thought the 18 car on the 18 was a for sure bet. Yeah, there you go. Here's Denny Hamlin's interview. Sorry.
Point, 100 feet, which kept us out of the wall. So it's like, it was fortunate and unfortunate, but we're going to be fine.
So the lap before, both Kyle and Martin said they noticed, and since I heard you say something on the radio, it's flat raining out here. What is that condition like behind the wheel?
It's wet. I mean, we're on slick tires, and, these cars don't have any grip on slick tires and wet asphalt. To me, it's like that's what the job of the corner spotter has in NASCAR, that they're sitting over there. They can feel when it's raining. They can see when it's raining. That's their job, is to tell NASCAR that it's raining. We got to stop. We don't want to have that situation. So you always, in these situations, you want to err on the side of not looking bad. And this is just a bad look.
So how quickly did it come about? Because it had been misting really since the start of the race, but it had not been raining that hard until like the lap before.
Yeah, but we had a 30-second warning or more because there was cars that were sliding up the racetrack the lap before, and the rain had not slowed down. It had picked up, so it's only going to get worse, as you saw.
As one of the leaders, you're one of the heads of the driver council. How does this communication get better then, other than you saying on the radio, hey, it's raining out here?
Yeah, I mean, you just rely on NASCAR to do their part, and that is rely on corner spotters to tell them when the surface is unsafe, whether it be for debris, rain, whatever it is, right? That's what their job is to do. They can't see it from the tower. I mean, they can see the rain, but they don't know how damp the surface is. That's what the job of the corner official is to tell them that. Be interested to see what communication was being had during that 30 to 40 second period.
There you go. Some good perspective from Denny Hamlin, and we'll let him give the umbrella ride back up the.
Well, Denny Hamlin just let the corner worker on spot. NASCAR might be looking for a new corner worker next couple weeks. Oh, here's a good interview coming up with Steve O'Donnell, I believe.
You can give us your perspective, NASCAR's perspective from the booth up here.
Yeah, certainly an unfortunate situation of what we just saw, but we can only go by kind of the pre-race discussions we have before the race. Kip Childers, who drives our pace car, constant communication with him before the race starts. Are we good to go? Even the lap before we start and we go green, Kip gave us the all clear to start that race. And then as the race started progressing, right before Kyle got loose in turn two, obviously on wet track conditions, the communication to us was from the flag stand that we're seeing some mist. In any normal circumstance where we hear that, our next call is to the pace car, which is in turn one here. Are you seeing anything on your windshield? Drops started picking up. Kip communicated that. As Tim Berman's about to put out the yellow, we look down and the 18 car's already getting loose. So I've been here a number of years. It's the first time I've seen that in terms of how quickly it came upon us. Certainly missed. We've raced in missed conditions before, but the track got slick, obviously, in a hurry, and it was unfortunate what took place.
So, Steve, what do you do now going forward? How do you get with the drivers to communicate to try to make this so it doesn't happen again?
Yeah, a lot of times, we'll be on scanners. We're monitoring the scanners during the race as well. If we hear a lot of chatter from the spotters, obviously we take that into consideration as well. So when we go back out, we'll make sure with the pace car, not only hearing from them, but the spotters. You see us do this all the time, too. Thumbs up, thumbs down as we're going to go. We'll put that back in place as well.
So looking at the rest of today's event, any consideration to the drivers or teams that were involved? I know we're not looking at backup cars like an all-star race, but there's a damaged vehicle clock. We have rules of what parts and pieces are allowed to change. Would there be any consideration to allow these guys to maybe make some other altercations to their car to continue?
Yeah, I need to get back over and check with our guy. I know there's some discussions that have been going on, but I'll get back over to race control and see where we're at on that one.
Typically, when something like this happens, what does NASCAR do the following week? What kind of conversations will you guys have internally about the process and maybe how to streamline it or speed it up? And how will the drivers play a role in that?
They always play a role in it, so we'll be talking to the drivers during the week. And I think, that was our normal process. Obviously, in this time, we had some challenges of what just happened, but the communication from our standpoint was really quick from the flag stand to the pace car. We'll just employ some more things up in the spotter stand and make sure that communication continues in as real time as possible.
That's really, I guess, the question I have is, a 1 mile track, we talked about it. We now see Road America or some of these other facilities. We've seen the inspection process change in the garage. I wish I had some ideas to suggest, but is that really what you do now, is just sit down with all of the key partners involved and figure out whatever the best way to kind of move forward to try to fine tune this?
Yeah, I think, what's great about our industry right now is the two-way dialogue that we have between the industry and NASCAR. And, anytime we can improve, we're going to do that. So we'll take any feedback we can. Again, we felt like we were making the right call at the time. This is the quickest I've seen something come upon us, the track go away that quickly. But again, we've got to get that right, and we'll continue to talk about that with the team.
We know it's an unfortunate situation and a tough situation for you guys to be in, but we thank you for coming up here, answering some of our questions. More from New Hampshire coming up after this break.
Well, there you have it from Steve O'Donnell. His take on NASCAR side of the situation, what just happened, and, for the most part, I mean, it's the best way to, I guess, interpret everything is it was just an unfortunate circumstance. I mean, for, for Kyle Busch and Martin Truex Jr. to have that incident happen, it was, I get them, they went through the same procedure, and the only thing you can really do is take NASCAR's word for it. You can take it with a grain of salt, but, he seemed, gestures and everything, just looking at him when he was talking and stuff. He didn't seem like he was, finicky about like what he was talking about. That he basically stated the procedure that they always go through. They were going through the same procedure again today, and it was just a hair second too late. Maybe they need to find a way to speed that process up, because again, this isn't the first incident. The main incident I look at personally that was very similar to this was last year at Texas with Kevin Harvick slapping the wall off turn 2 after very similar instance where it was misting for a while. The mist had gotten a little bit heavier, and the word to NASCAR came too late. Harvick ended up in the wall. We saw a couple other cars slide up the track too. I think Harvick was the only one, or at least one of the main ones, got very, very significant damage out of it. I mean, not really anything. And again, that may have costed Harvick a championship last year. I mean, it knocked him out of the round of 8, essentially, because he didn't have a good day at Martinsville, but he only missed by 1 point. He only missed by 1 point. That's one position. He could have finished better at Texas last season. I'll look up to see where he finished. I do remember him finishing outside the top 10, but considering he was in the lead at the time, probably had a race-winning car, he could have finished better than that. Inside Uranus, welcome to the stream. Keep Truex in the garage, you will. Here's Ryan Blaney's interview as well.
here. So you were a little further back of those two guys that had problems, mainly. Was that an advantage or a benefit, I guess, of being a little bit further back? You can react that way.
Yeah, I mean, we were running 6th or 7th, and yeah, I think, further back in the pack you get, the earlier you're lifting, you can see stuff happening in front of you, and, I hate it for the 18 and 19. It's a tough break for those guys, that's for sure, and, but yeah, we were just kind of far enough back in the line to where you could see what happened and check up early. We still all about wadded up down there, but fortunate, we didn't get the bad end out of that deal.
Well, how quickly was it on you? Because, I was standing right here behind your pit box, and it really didn't feel like it was raining that much, but I think behind the wheel, it's a different story.
Yeah, you can, feel the track get a little bit slicker, and it's hard for us to really, in the cockpit, tell if it's really misting hard like this or raining unless it's big drops, because, it's going off the windshield so quick, so you don't really know. You can't judge. You're just judging on the feel, and the unfortunate side of judging by the feel is you got to get in the corner and feel it. And if it's really wet or whatever, you can't really tell until you get down there. So that's just an unfortunate thing. I kind of wish that, we were able to point that out sooner and a couple cars didn't get wrecked. But, that's just a bad deal, unfortunately.
Well, how does that change or improve? How does the communication speed up?
I think just trying to be on top of things, knowing weather's in the area, or just, we have, corner workers and things like that, and just being able to make a call, from their gut. There's no shame in making a call maybe a couple, 3 laps prematurely of rain, other than, calling it post accident. So I think that's probably the best thing we can do, and just a learning experience, hopefully, for everybody, and we can do it better next time.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ryan. Let's go to Marty.
Let's chat with his teammate, Joey Logano. As the local driver, you're in charge of the weather, right?
Oh, I hope not. I'm not responsible for what's happening right now.
But for you, for being from Middletown, I know this place has always had a special place in your heart, from being a young man, coming here and watching cup races, to getting your first career win here.
Yeah, this place, I watched my first cup race right here in the grandstands with my family when I was 6 years old, and where I fell in love with the sport. I absolutely loved NASCAR racing from that day forward, and made it my dream and my goal to be a cup champion someday. So coming here, racing on this racetrack's always been special. Making your first start here was special. Winning your first race, obviously very special. This race is like the Daytona 500 to me. I get excited about coming to Loudon, and I got a really fast Auto Trader Mustang. That thing was able to pass a lot of cars taking off there. So I felt good about that, and ready for it to dry up and keep going.
Folks at home will notice we're doing this with no umbrella because the rain has stopped and the sky is lifting. So I want to show you some video of you hanging out at Silver City, your old racetrack, this weekend. And you...
I was going to say, there's these two crew guys in the background. Like, you can see them off of, Logano's shoulder, just, aggressively hugging each other for, the entire interview. I was about to call that out so you guys could see it if you're watching at home. By NASCAR's own rules, they shouldn't have started the race. Should have had rain tires available. Well, the problem is they don't have enough testing with the rain tire situation that they would feel 100% comfortable that they could race in the rain with the rain tires that they had tested at Martinsville in wet conditions earlier this season. So, I'm not blaming them for not having rain tires available, but they're definitely at blame of why they should have went green at the start of the race, considering it's a heavy miss. A big instance of a points race in recent memory, in recent years, that they had called off due to rain, even after having to wait through a rain delay to try and get the show on due to misting going on, was at Michigan in 2019 in the spring race. I was there. There was about a 2 to 2.5 hour rain delay that we had sat through. They were on the pace laps. It started to rain. They called it off. The rain ended up downpouring. They had probably checked the radar, knowing, okay, there's a rain shower that's going to come through here. Let's just call it off. So they called in the pit road, and they were under a rain delay again for about 2.5 hours or so, maybe 3 hours at the most. And they were about to go green, get the race in. The cars were on their pace lap. They gave them one to go, and it started sprinkling again. And then they called it off when it was sprinkling again. And what ended up happening is it ended up raining and downpouring again, much like you saw here at New Hampshire. At Michigan, they made the perfect call. They called it off. It sucked. I was there in person. It sucked sitting through a 3-hour rain delay. It sucked seeing the cars out on the racetrack about to go green, getting amped up. It's like, yes, finally, we waited here for a reason. and then they called it off. And yes, was there booing from the fans in attendance? Did it seem like a bad look for a quick instance? Yes, it did. But a couple minutes later, it ends up downpouring again. Like, the radar is available. I can look at the radar on my phone for any time, any city, anywhere I want in the world. NASCAR's got that power too. Looking at the radar, yes, something popped up over top of them on the pace laps of the race it was sprinkling. Yes, that did happen. But at the same time, too, they felt maybe in their gut, which Steve O'Donnell stated that they have raced in the mist before, that they can get it done. Now, I will say, although they have raced in the mist before, the last couple of seasons when we have seen that happen, it hasn't particularly worked out well. We look at Coda this year. They probably made the wrong decision. The Daytona Road Course this year, they probably made the wrong decision there. That was for a little bit different of a circumstance, but it was rain involvement. Texas last year, they definitely made the wrong decision there. And now here today at New Hampshire. Last week at Atlanta, we saw some misting going on middle of the race as well, but they ended up keeping it green, and there was no real issue with them racing in the mist that day. There was also no issue with them racing in the mist when I was at Pocono for the second Pocono race. Or sorry, the first Pocono race. It was Saturday. Saturday, it was towards the end of stage 1. It was misting. It was actually raining pretty good. They went into the competition, they went into the end of stage 1, which caused a mandatory caution. And if the rain would have stayed like that or had picked up in any way, I thought that they would have had to postpone it. That they were not going to be able to continue because the track would have been way too damp, especially at Pocono, bigger, faster track. But luckily, the rain went away during the stage break. They were able to get back out on the racetrack, and they were able to get the race in, and obviously end up finishing. They had that classic finish, but the rain went away, and it was interesting to know if it wouldn't have went away if they would have just kept it green, and if it wouldn't have went away and they would have went green, I guarantee you they would have wrecked going into turn 1 because I was there. I was sitting probably 3/4 of the way down the straightaway in the grandstand, and it was raining pretty good. But I knew the stage break was coming up, so I kind of figured they were just going to run a couple more laps. They got lucky that nobody spun, and man, how much damage does Bowman have? I don't believe Bowman really has any damage. He had spun, but he saved it. Hamlin also spun and saved it. They're both all right. The cars with damage are Ross Chastain, Martin Truex Jr., and Kyle Busch. Chastain's probably got the least of the damage to those three. He's got some damage around the left rear corner panel, but that seems to be about it for Ross Chastain. Not too heavy. Kyle Busch has the most damage. He backed it in the car very, very strong. The car's basically killed. There's no way that Kyle Busch is going to be able to continue, and even if he does, there's no way he is going to contend for a win or really contend competitively to stay in the lead lap, unfortunately. Martin Truex Jr.'s got a lot of damage too. He might be... It's going to be interesting to see how much damage was underneath the car, right around the left front. The splitter was dragging pretty bad. If anything, on the interior of the race car or underneath the race car is damaged pretty heavily. I don't expect him to be able to have the speed to even stay on the lead lap as well. Maybe they can, but he's definitely not going to have the same race car he had there where he was contending for the lead those first couple laps. Didn't think he had much damage on the stream, but it said he was involved. Yeah, it said he was involved because he had spun, but he saved it. Much like Denny Hamlin, he had spun, but he saved it. Nobody else piled into him or anything. Now, the rain has stopped at the racetrack, as you guys heard Marty Snyder say on our live commentary of it, but I don't know. And they're pulling Kyle Busch's car back to the garage right as we speak, which means his day is likely going to come to an end. Now, also, Steve O'Donnell did state that there might not be a damage clock, that they were looking at the possibility of maybe, extending the rule book a little bit and allowing those teams that have damage to work on it for as long as they want. But there was no guarantee that they are going to let them do that. So maybe that is why they were pushing Kyle Busch's car back to the garage. Maybe they're allowing him to get to work on the race car. Rest in peace, KFB. Yeah, unfortunately. drivers were out on the racetrack pretty much the entire time. They're still out there now. I'd have to assume that even if the rain has completely stopped, it'll be probably another 45 minutes to an hour before they get back to green, which would lead us to about a quarter till 5 o'clock. That's still enough time to get the full race in. This race was only going to be about 2.5 to 3 hours anyway. It's one of the shorter races of the season. As far as mileage goes, 301 miles, 301 laps. I think Matt is going to the 22 Xfinity car. Do you agree? That could be a good spot for him. I can't really think of anybody else in like the pipeline that they would put in the 22 Xfinity car. He doesn't want to do that, though. I don't believe he wants to do that. That could be an offer that Penske has given him with not getting the 21 car. And he could have very well just declined it simply because he wants to run Cup Series. I can't blame him for that. He's been in the Cup Series the last few years. I cannot blame him for wanting to stay in the Cup Series. We'll have one more KFB start as a result of today. I don't have him in the lineup, but I'm going to likely put Truex in there. It does look. They said the rain has stopped, but on the camera lens, there's still it's probably sprinkling. It hasn't completely stopped. I did start Truex over Matty D, but again, you can swap your drivers into the garage. You have until the end of stage 2 before the fantasy locks. So I'll likely just end up putting Truex in the garage. And if they get the car back on the track, he can stay in the lead lap. Maybe something else happens to somebody else around the racetrack then. There, I'll switch him out right now so that way I can. Unfortunately, though, I did have Kyle Busch to win, and his chances of winning are shot. So again, although Kyle Busch can likely continue in the race and they might extend the rule book to allow him to repair the damage, there's no way they're going to be able to repair all that damage, and he is not going to have the race-winning car he had at the very start of the day, leading the first 6 laps. 5 or 6, so however, I think lap 6 is when the caution happened, so he led the first 5 laps. Wait, they shouldn't be allowed to go to a backup pace car. Make them run the same as Truex, yeah. I will say it's weird not having Rick Allen and only having the drivers and the crew chief doing the broadcast this weekend. It seems like Dale Jr. is taking over the lap-by-lap portion of the broadcast because he's doing all the ad reads and everything, so not doing too bad with it. I guess he would be the most likely candidate for that, considering he's got his own podcast, so he does have experience with reading ads before, just not in front of a live audience. So I guess I'm the only lap-by-lap commentator today. That and whoever's covering the radio broadcast of things today, too. What? Rick Allen competed in the 1992 Olympic trials? Decathlon? That's amazing. That's actually pretty cool. I didn't know that about Rick Allen. See, you learn something new every day. Rick Allen is out in Japan for the Olympics. He'll be covering some events over there over the next couple weeks, so that is why he is not at the racetrack. They had to get him out there because I think the ceremonies start this coming week, like Wednesday or Thursday. Olympics start, I believe, Thursday or Friday this coming week. Yeah, was IndyCar racing today? Because if IndyCar isn't racing today, or wasn't racing yesterday, I don't know why they don't have Lee Diffie here. I have no clue what the IndyCar schedule, like, if they were running today. Indeed, as R6 said, like, share, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. I don't know how you became a moderator there for a second, but sorry for that, R6. I had to remove you as a moderator. I don't know why it came up that you were one. I must have accidentally fat thumbed it or something. Fat fingered the chat for some reason. How is Rick Allen still commentating if he's not there? He's not commentating. That's the thing. He's out in Japan. He's not commentating the race. Wait, no way. There's a no. I accidentally fat fingered it. I didn't mean to do that. But as he said, though, like, share, and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Now, nobody's a mod. I fat fingered it. It was an accident. I don't know how much longer we're gonna sit here through a rain delay, honestly, guys. Because although the track is drying up, this is still gonna be like an hour of just like really nothing to show you guys. Here's Ryan Preece's interview.
3. Oh, yeah, I just going down, coming off of 2, I wanted to pull the old razzle-dazzle on them. So ultimately, it was awesome to win that race. And right there, I didn't really know where I was going to go. And then the 51 of Justin Motsior kind of tried to make a move on him, and we crossed him over. So just nothing's like winning, man. That's why we race, and that's why I love modifieds.
The coolest part about that, we were standing down here in the infield, was the fans. I mean, they went absolutely insane. You could hear them over the cars, and this is a close racetrack for you guys, the Northeast Connecticut native. So this is a place that you do have a lot of experience at. So does having laps here, albeit in a different form of racing, does that translate at all or help you when you get behind the wheel of your Cup car?
Well, that's funny that you say that because, I talked to Kevin about things like this. I've said it. Years ago, Kyle, Kevin, Martin, they've all had the ability to test. I don't have that ability. I think I've made 1 or 2 tests in my entire, NASCAR Xfinity or Cup career. So all the laps here in the modified certainly help. And, I'm thankful to have this opportunity and Kroger and Healthy Choice Power Bowls on the car this weekend. And we're just going to keep digging. But I feel like we have a really, really strong 37 JTG Doherty race car today. Super proud of Trent and Rambo and my entire guys that work on this car. And, morale can get low sometimes, but we all stick together. We're a team, and I support them just as much as they support me.
Well, and you got a great team owner in Brad Doherty, obviously, and the Geschechter family as well. But Brad, he's a guy who has been a professional athlete as well, like you. And what kind of things does he offer or can he offer just having the experience himself of being somebody who's trying to make it in a professional sport?
Well, I think we're all the same. We're all competitive, right? We all want to win races. I think it shows that when I won that truck race a few weeks or a month or so back, the modified race, it doesn't matter what it is. It could be a grocery cart or a go-kart or whatever it is. I want to win. So, and we all feel the same way about that. So just pull the rope in the same direction and ultimately keep making gains on it.
All right, Ryan Preece in the 37, going to see what he can do here. Try and double up this weekend at New Hampshire, Marty.
Hanging out with Daniel Suarez as track drying goes on right beside us as the hopefully get racing here soon. So you're watching that promo. If you could be an Olympian, what sport would you choose, Daniel?
I think I will definitely pick soccer.
Were you a good soccer player?
Yeah, actually, well, not anymore. I used to be. When I was younger, growing up in middle school, high school, I played soccer a lot. I would say that every single kid in Mexico played soccer at one point. I would say that I wasn't natural talent to play soccer, but I worked so hard and I used to just push so hard that actually in high school I was the captain of the team. So I would say soccer. I love soccer. I love all the sports, but soccer, I just enjoy watching it a lot.
Okay, I'll buy that one. That sounds good. So I love a quote from you before the Nashville race. You said, I looked up in the hauler, there was Kid Rock, there was Pitbull, and I figured I better run well today. So is there a little extra pressure knowing that you've got an international superstar who is part owner of your race team?
It's not pressure. I would call it more like motivation because Pitbull, he's obviously he's Mr. Worldwide, he's very well known everywhere, not just in the U.S., not just in Mexico and Latin America, but everywhere in the world. And he's a true role model, the kind of guy. He's been super successful in everything he's done. He came from nothing to something huge, and to see how humble and how driven he is amazing. So I feel like he brings a lot of good energy to this team. Track racing and motivates everyone on this group to be better, to always keep pushing, and to always have our feet in the ground.
Well, you guys had a good run going. You had a couple of top 15s in a row. Last few weeks, it's been tough, though. You had a transmission issue. You got wrecked out early last week. How badly does this team need a run, and maybe even just need the Olympic break coming up for 2 weeks?
I feel like we've been very strong, consistent inside the top 15, inside the top 12. The last couple of weeks, as you mentioned, they've been a little bit rough. Road America with the transmission issue. Unfortunately, right now, we like it or not, when you have a bad weekend, that transfers to the next week a little bit because you have a bad piece selection, you have a bad starting position. So in a way, that's kind of what happened to us in Atlanta. In Atlanta, the first race there, we're running 6 in the last pit stop, and then the driver messed up. So I knew we were going to have a fast car there, but we didn't have the chance to show it. So it's been a little unfortunate, but we have an amazing group of people here. Everyone at Trackhouse Racing have done an amazing job. The Chevy Camaro Good Sam is looking very good. Actually, I'm happy where we are right now and really looking forward to change that luck, to go to a break with a good note and come back stronger.
I think this is going to be a very short rain delay, but if not, we'll get a little soccer ball out in the bus lot and we'll go play, okay?
I'm down. Let's do it.
All right, Daniel Suarez and I'm going to kick some soccer ball here in a little bit, Dillon.
Thanks, Marty. We've found some dry.
They're interviewing Eric Jones right now as well. There was a Matt DiBenedetto interview in there as well. There was talking during that. I don't want to give you guys every interview because I'm worried I might get copyrighted for it. So I'm going to have to do like them few and far between like I've been doing. I don't know how much audio from NBC I can actually like play to you guys without getting the stream taken down. So we don't want that. I am probably going to grab something to eat though real quick within a couple minutes. I'll wait till they go to a commercial break, though. That way, in case they have any word of the situation with Kyle Busch or Martin Truex Jr., if they're allowing the damage clock to be extended, then I can relay that message to you guys. As of right now, there has not been any word of it. They took Kyle Busch's car back to the garage, maybe to prepare to get ready to work on it, but I still don't know. Because under red flag conditions, I know NASCAR's rule is as well, you cannot touch the race car. So, yeah, got the Blaney merch. Well, with 2 favorites getting taken out of it, it's unfortunate. You hate to see it happen, but it opens the door up for a guy like Chase Elliott right now. Ryan Blaney has Finished in the top 10 in 3 of the last 4 New Hampshire races. Keegan, you should sing. No, you don't want to hear me sing. Why is there even a damage clock rule? The reason why there is a damage clock rule is so that way you don't have situations like Kenza 2017 where you have these damaged vehicles going out and hindering the race in any way, shape, or form, which, in a sense, like, I don't agree with, because you have, these slow lap cars that are getting in the way of the leaders every single, not every lap, but like, I mean, they'll catch them like on a mile and a half every 20 laps. Like, just so off the pace, but they allow them to race. So, I look at a damaged vehicle as the same way. So, they don't want them out there bringing out any more cautions for debris as well. Which, that side of it I could see, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't think they should have a damage clock, but that's why they have a damage clock. Oh, jeez, this shirt. This was one of the first Ryan Blaney shirts I had. I think I just bought it on the NASCAR shop, honestly. I think that this shirt or the one I was wearing last week that you guys wouldn't have seen because we only did commentary for the truck race. We didn't do it for the cup race last weekend. That I'm like, those are the 2 shirts that I think I bought off NASCAR.com. Every other NASCAR shirt I have, I either got for Christmas within the last 2 or 3 years, or I had bought at the racetrack myself. I got 10 of them. Looks like Truex is in the garage. Gotcha. Finally, somewhere dry. Any Greg Biffle shirts? I have 3 of them, but I believe only one still fits me. Because you got to figure, Greg Biffle hasn't been in NASCAR since I was 16 years old. So, between height and, just like, weight differential. Like, I was really, really skinny. Like, my freshman year of high school, I was 150 pounds, but I was still 6'4", so I guess height hasn't really changed much. But I've finally put some meat on my bones within the last few years that I've been right around like 175, 180 quite a bit the last like couple seasons. When my senior year of high school, I got into lifting, and I wanted to bulk up to 200. My goal was to bulk up by 200 by last spring, which would have been like March, April. I was shooting for trying to get to 200. I got to 196, and then when COVID hit, the gym shut down in the middle of March, and I couldn't go to the gym anymore. And I started losing weight. Like, I just, like, because, yeah, I'm eating, but I have such a high metabolism that I wasn't working out enough that I wasn't gaining any more muscle. Like, it was just, starting to go away. And now I've, kind of like, I have dropped weight. Most of the muscle is lost, and I'm back down to like 175, 180 again, which kind of stinks. But, and it wasn't my fault originally, I will say, because I was doing everything I could to, keep my diet the same and eat a lot, but I wasn't lifting, so I wasn't gaining any muscle out of it. And muscle weighs more than fat. So when I'm doing that and I'm gaining maybe, the muscle slowly kind of transitioning into a little bit of, I'm not fat by any means, but I'm average now, I would say. But, it does turn into fat, and the little fat I have obviously has decreased the weight. So, and I will say it is my fault for not lifting during this winter. And I plan on getting back into it this winter. Maybe not at the gym, but buying my own stuff, and I haven't done that yet. And that part's my fault. But when they first shut down the gyms and I was starting to lose the weight those first couple months, I wouldn't say that that's my fault. But not putting the weight back on again, yeah, that's all. That is all on me. That is self-blame. Gym should have never closed. Well, they had to close it. I mean, the restaurants were closed. Like, basically everything except for grocery stores were closing, and drug pharmacies were, pharmaceuticals were closing. August 8th, IndyCar race at Nashville. I'm surprised they're starting that at 5:30. Like, I get running a doubleheader with NASCAR, television-wise, but 5:30? I guess they can race in the rain, too. Here's Austin Dillon's interview.
We were just talking about Indy cars at the street course at Nashville. What do you think about NASCAR on a street course? How's that going to work, or how will it work?
That'd be pretty tough. If you watch the iRacing event in Chicago, it didn't work out great, but it's hard enough with the weather at these ovals right now as it is. So we're working harder on Team Chevy number 3, and hopefully we get back green and we can make our way forward. A little tight to start there.
What is the challenge of this place? I mean, we talk about it every year. You need center rotation, you need to get off the corner, I mean, all those things, but like, what makes this place just so tough to get a handle on?
Well, weather changes the track drastically as well, and then as rubber lays down, it makes your car tighter, and depending on your balance. And you just have to chase your balance as the run goes on, and you really start telling the differences in some of the cars when a long run happens. So right here, I know the one thing I felt like I didn't get enough heat in my tires to start. I'm going to try and focus on that when we go back green.
This next stretch of races after our Olympic break, got a couple road courses, obviously, and you got Daytona there at the end. You're in an okay spot in the points. You got a nice buffer right now, never comfortable. But how do you approach this race, just kind of knowing what looms ahead?
Well, you just want to, every race you want to run well. And we've been pretty good at the road courses this year. We've made a big improvement. So I'm excited about going to Watkins Glen and Indy. And then Michigan's always been a great race for us. Obviously, Daytona is a wild card. So we want to get as much buffer as we can get and also try and get a win so we're comfortable going into Daytona.
All right, thanks, Austin. So going to try to maximize their day. As we said earlier, you can never have enough points, guys.
Well, it looks like Kyle Busch and his crew, at least, are loading up the 18 car back into the hauler. So Kyle Busch's day has come to an end, unfortunately, that they are not going to be able to fix that race car. So, yep, Kyle Busch is done for the day. Probably the favorite, I'd say. I mean, he was my pick to win. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Good example of me as a fullback. I'm 150, 6 foot. I'm 6'4". Like, I'm 6'4". So I said freshman year. I was 150 freshman year, but I never gained or lost any weight. Like, I was freshman year at, like, I was probably a couple inches shorter. But I might have, like, grew, like, maybe 2 inches from freshman year through senior year, but I was pretty much 6 foot from the time I was a freshman. And, 6'4" when I graduated. So I guess I probably gained, if I had to assume, 2 to 4 inches from freshman year to, to probably junior year. But when I started my senior year, I was 6'4". I was still 150 pounds. So, like, I was still the same weight that I was when I was a freshman, but I had grew a couple extra inches, so I probably looked a little leaner. And, best thing I ever did was start working out and start, like, lifting weights. As far as, like, physicality and stuff goes, like, and being physically healthy, that's the best thing I've done. Definitely need to get back on that. I've kept my eating habits the same. Like, I still don't eat sweets. I haven't eaten sweets in like 4 years outside of 3 days a year. My cheat days are my birthday, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. Those are the only 3 days I'll eat sweets. So, like, as far as that goes, my diet, hasn't changed. So that's probably why I haven't lost a whole lot. I lost like 20, 25 pounds. That's a lot of weight. But, as far as, like, from lifting to now, I'm not eating, junk food at all either. And that's probably kept me from getting fat too. or getting out of shape, I guess you would say, would be the nicer way of saying it. I'm talking about myself. So if I want to say, getting fat, I'm talking about myself. I'm talking about myself getting fat. So I guess that's not a bad thing to say. But yeah, I haven't really gotten out of shape. I know golfing's golf, but I still golf. And I walk when I golf. So you have to be in some shape to go out 90-degree temperatures and do that. Here's Christopher Bell's interview.
Hell yeah, he's in my lineup this week, Junior. I'll admit that. Did anything yesterday in the Xfinity Series win prepare you for the first few laps today?
I don't think so. What racetrack's a little bit different? And I'm all for some adversity. Whenever they dropped the green flag, we had some puddles down in turn 1. So, like, okay, well, just don't run through the puddles. But then the lap before everybody wrecked, everyone almost wrecked. So I was surprised. Like, we took the green, and I started getting some water on the windshield, but you can't really tell how much it's raining by the water running off the windshield. So you just go until they tell you to stop.
Let's talk about where the race team is. Obviously won early, the Daytona Road Course. You guys were able to get the win. And then it was a long stretch where it was a struggle for the race team. A lot of different situations happened. But then finally started some momentum the last few weeks. Do you kind of sense that within the team that things are turning back in the right direction?
Definitely over the last 4 to 6 races. I felt like we started off strong. Daytona Road Course was obviously outstanding. We had a really, really great Rim Camry there. And then we had a couple really good cars from there. We went to Darlington, was running in the top 5, and I kissed the wall and got a flat, so that was a bummer. But Richmond and, a handful of races that we ran inside the top 5, top 10. So just trying to build a notebook and get better week in and week out to where we can be more consistent. So I think we're gaining on it. We had, the last several races between Atlanta, Nashville, Pocono 2, the road course at Road America, been good. So I feel like we're making progress. Hopefully we can keep the ball rolling.
As a young driver with a lot of veterans around you, with Kyle Busch and Martin Truex Jr. and Denny Hamlin as well, who do you lean on the most for information? Who your kind of go-to guy? I know for years it's been Kyle. Is it still that guy for you?
Yeah, I mean, I would say with my relationship with Kyle from years past driving for him in the Truck Series, I probably have the best relationship with him. Martin's been really good to me over the last couple months. So Martin and Kyle are probably my 2 closest teammates, and Denny's obviously really knowledgeable and has his racetracks that he's really good at too. So that's one thing being at Joe Gibbs Racing. Between those 3 guys, Martin, Kyle, and Denny, you can find someone to get some knowledge out of.
I would say there's a lot to tap into there. So obviously Xfinity Series race yesterday and the win. I understand maybe a few more races in the Xfinity Series this year?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I got told about Loudon maybe a week or 2 ago, so I'm not sure if I'm going to get any more in the future, but yeah, I'll be happy to do it.
Is that a sign for what we might expect today, as well as you ran yesterday?
I don't know. It's hard to say. It all boils down to your race car, and yesterday I had an amazing Supra, and it was really fast, and I was able to carve up through the field. So today, in my 7 laps or whatever on wet conditions, my Rim Camry felt really good. So I was able to go from 9th to, I don't even know where I'm at right now, but I felt like I was able to pass some cars and make some good moves. So hopefully whenever the track dries out, this thing will be even better yet, and we can maybe get up front.
So what are you doing for the Olympic break? You going to do anything fun other than now we watched the win from yesterday?
Yeah, hopefully I can do some more racing. I know I'm scheduled to run some sprint car races next week. And then after that, I'm not really sure, but I'd love to race some more, that's for sure.
On the dirt, which is what your first love is?
Yeah, I love dirt track racing. I haven't got to do very much of it this year, but it'd be nice to get to do some more.
And he would love to do more of what we just showed, which is the win yesterday. Christopher Bell getting to hang out with us here a little bit. I just asked that really for fantasy purposes, Junior, because I got to figure out a way to get by you in the standings. All of us have to figure out a way.
Alrighty, though. That was Christopher Bell's interview. Haven't had any more official word if it was raining again or if it's still stopped. Covers are still on the race car, so I'd assume there is some wet weather still in the area. Not gonna lie, we went into this rain delay a lot longer than what I thought we would go as far as the live stream is concerned. It does look fairly dry around the racetrack. Still cloudy, overcast, but racetrack is getting better. It's not raining. Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely tell on the surface. Looks like they're in the middle of turns 3 and 4 right now, drying the track currently, and it definitely looks a lot drier than obviously what it did when it was downpouring there for a little bit. It's the problem, though. I mean, it's just, product of racing where, 5 minutes of a steady rain, you lose the racetrack and it takes an hour plus to dry. Again, thankfully, with the rain being this week at New Hampshire, is that it's only a 1 mile racetrack, so it doesn't take as long to dry it. Currently interviewing Michael McDowell. Again, I don't want to get every interview in there like I usually do because they're on rain delay and they're having interviews quite frequently. I don't want to risk getting the stream taken down. I don't think I'm going to show any more during the red flag, at least, if there's any more incidents throughout the course of the race. Those ones, assuming they can get back to green. Also think copyrightist. Yeah. I understand it, though, at the same time, too. Radar is clear enough. There will be rain in the area throughout the rest of the night still. We will stay live on the channel as NBC goes to a commercial break once again. Sorry there hasn't really been any huge live commentary. We've had driver interviews, about 10 of them or so through the rain delay so far. But I'm going to take a quick break. You guys are literally not going to see really anything changing on the leaderboard with it still being under red. The track is getting cleaned up, but I will step away for just a couple minutes. Got to go downstairs, grab something to drink, maybe refill the water, get myself through the rest of the rain delay so that way I'm not starving at the end of this race knowing that the race is going to get done like in probably a good hour or more later afterwards. So. Alrighty. I'll see you guys here in a couple minutes. Stay tuned, though. We'll still have more coverage, obviously, to come. Or maybe, when the race gets back going to green flag conditions, come back. We'll have live commentary with this leaderboard that you're seeing right now for the rest of the race. don't know what happened. I lost the race on my TV for a second. I'm back. Thanks for everybody staying around, by the way, too. I thought more of you guys were going to leave during that couple-minute break, me finding something. I got some original Tostitos tortilla chips. There we go. It was a right call by NASCAR. No, I wouldn't say so. Yeah, it's not. Definitely wasn't the right call. Track was good at the start. It was okay at the start, but again, I mean, there were instances where it was sprinkling and they were able to race through the mist. But there were also instances in recent years, like I mentioned, Michigan 2019, that there was rain on the pace laps, and they chose to wave it off, knowing that the radar was showing we're going to have a downpour here pretty soon anyway. They have that ability to check here at New Hampshire. It's no different from Michigan a couple of years ago. The race got away from them. They got away from NASCAR. Been confirmed that Martin Truex Jr. has DNF'd. It's unfortunate. No, he's still... I don't think Martin Truex Jr. is DNF'd. I mean, his car is still out on the racetrack. We got Corey LaJoie throwing a football into the grandstands. Crowd's loving it. Bubba Wallace out there, too. This is exactly what these guys were doing a couple races last season when there were fans back in the stands and we had some rain delays. Oh! Somebody overthrew the ball and almost hit Eric Almirola's car. Almost. That would have been terrible. Oh! Kid couldn't get it up over the fence. Oh, she couldn't get it over. There it is. That guy got it over. Oh, God. Diving catch in the grandstands. It looked like it would have hurt. They got metal bleachers there at New Hampshire. It's nice to know they're still having fun waiting out the rain, though. Joey Logano is a lefty? I didn't know that. I know Dale Jr. was a lefty. That's why he always, part of why he had that weirder driving style. That was a quick commercial break. Wish they had that quick of commercial breaks during the actual live action, but that's besides the point. So they're showing last week's Atlanta race right now on the coverage, about the last 120 laps or so of the Quicker State 400 at Atlanta. Also a lefty because of nerve damage. So you're a natural righty, but then you transition to left. Well, if you missed last week's action, you can watch it live on the channel. I'm not going to be doing live commentary of that because we already know what happened. It wouldn't be organic. Yes, Truex is in 36 because he came down to pit road for a couple laps before they ended up going under red because they were under yellow for a couple laps after the caution initially came out. That's strange, right-handed but left-footed. It's like those baseball players. You'll see some guys in the MLB that'll they'll throw left-handed but bat righty or bat left-handed, but they can throw right-handed when they're in the field. It's kind of strange. Yeah, I'm right-handed everything. I've been using my left hand a lot more the last few years, honestly, since like getting into like lifting and stuff. Now that my left arm is, stronger, I guess I feel more confident doing things with my left hand than what I would have. I'm still right hand dominant though. And it's not enough to call myself like ambidextrous or something. I guess now while we're waiting out this rain delay, any questions either concerning the race or even not the race? Maybe just some. Maybe this is the best time to get a Q&A in here while I'm eating these Tostito chips during a New Hampshire rain delay on a live commentary edition of the channel. Can't kick with my right foot. Yeah, I kick with my. If I could kick. I used to do some like punt, pass, and kick competitions when I was younger. I did it for a few years. It's pretty good at it. I never won, but I was always like within like wherever I'd go. Most of it was local. It wasn't like I traveled all around the country, but I was always like top 3 or 4 every time. My age group, and there'd be like 20, 30 kids there. Did I see Max Verstappen's crash at Silverstone? I did, but I didn't see it live. I didn't watch the race today. I almost did when I was doing the race notes for the commentary, and the only reason I didn't is because I missed the start of the race. Because I think it was 11 o'clock, but I did see the replay of the incident with him and Lewis Hamilton. I'll have to see the results to it. Did Hamilton finish the race, or did he have too much damage after the contact? All I saw was that clip of him spinning into the tire wall. But I didn't. Yeah, I didn't watch the race live. But that was one I probably could have. Oh, Hamilton won. Wow. Yeah, that'll shake up the points. Pass Leclerc with 3 to go to win. No, I will not give you guys my social security number. Mini golfing soon. There you go. Yeah, the golf course has been underwater the last couple days. We've had a ton of rain this last week, the last couple weeks really, and that's why I've been like streaming after work a lot. Is because I haven't been able to go golfing a lot because of the rain, and so we've been. That's why anytime you see a stream between 6 and 7 o'clock on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Fridays, or Saturdays is because it's raining either after work or it rained enough during the day that it would just be a sloppy mess out there. I mean, if they're open, I'll be out there, but they were closed yesterday, and they might have been open this morning, but I was working on the channel, and by the time like I got done, working on the notes and stuff for the race today, it was like 12:30, and I knew the podcast was at 2:30. I was like, man, I don't have enough time to get out there. Even if I played 9 holes, it takes me probably 15 minutes to drive up there and drive back, so that's a half hour. So then I'm banking on it. Now, if it wasn't busy, I could get done with 9 holes at least and get back. And then worst case scenario, I was like, okay, the race is going to get done about 5:30, 6 o'clock today. I can get 18 in, after the race is over today, because it doesn't get dark here until like 8:30. So I'll have like 2.5 hours to get 18 holes in. 8:30, 9 o'clock. Probably closer to 9. I'd have 2.5 to 3 hours to get 18 holes in. I could do it, but unfortunately, with this rain delay, I'm not going to be able to now. That's if they're even open. They might be closed again today. I don't know. I know they were closed yesterday, even though it was nice outside. It was gorgeous outside. It was like mid to upper 70s here. What made me get into NASCAR? My earliest... I've always remembered watching NASCAR. But honestly, like, remembering watching NASCAR, probably like 2nd grade or so, would have been about 7 years old. And that would have been about 2006, like 2005 seasons, like what I really remember. 2004 is like earliest memories, but I reconnected with my grandparents, and they were big into NASCAR, watching NASCAR, and I wouldn't say that they got me into it, but being able to go to their house a lot, especially during the summertime when there was no school to watch NASCAR on the weekends, was nice. It was like, because my parents don't really watch, even like to this day. They'll watch it more now since I've taken them to a race, and they seem more involved with it. Now that I'm more involved with it too, it's kind of just like they really have like no choice, I guess. But yeah, I mean, just them going to the race, going to sprint car races too. Yeah, I've done that since I could remember, like a couple times a year, up until like 4, 5 years ago. Like, I was going to the local dirt track once or twice a month, not just during the summer. From like the start of racing season for our local dirt tracks, from like April through September. Yeah, I was going up there. Like, I'd probably be up there about half a dozen to a dozen times a year. Are you sure you're not related to Ben Schneider? No. I've gotten asked that before a bunch of times too. No, I'm not. Not that I know of. I haven't seen him at any family reunions before, so I'd assume not. Was I wearing a 12 hat? Similar shirt to that when I went to Road America. I was wearing this exact shirt and this exact hat when I was at Road. No, I was wearing I was wearing this shirt, but I was wearing my camouflage Blaney hat, and I was wearing this shirt because I hadn't worn this shirt to the racetrack yet. And I'm stingy about it. Like, I have so many shirts, I try to wear one. So I'm going to 11 Cup races this year, and I have 10 different shirts. So I'm trying to make sure I wear at least one of those shirts like at every track so far this season. I plan on getting a sweatshirt before the end of the year too, probably for Martinsville. So it means it'll likely be a little cooler. I was wearing this hat at Road America. So I was wearing this hat right here, this camouflage one. It was the 4th of July weekend. I also wore this hat when I went to the Coke 600 because it was on Memorial Day weekend. So I was like, what the heck, like I don't have like red, white, and blue Blaney stuff because that's not really colors he races. So this was like the closest thing to it. I was like, I'll support America as best as I possibly can. So yeah, I wore this one, but I'm pretty sure I wore this shirt. I went to 4 races in a row, so I can't really remember exactly what shirt I wore at each track, but I'm pretty positive. I'm like 90% certain this was the shirt I wore at Road America. Saw you on TV. When I went to post race, it showed stands. I thought it was you. Oh. I'll have to watch. I'll have to like rewatch the race. What part of the race was it? When it went to post race, it showed you in the stands. How soon after the race did it show that? Because I wasn't in the stands after the race. I was actually down in Victory Lane. I was in Victory Lane after the race was over. Like as soon as Chase Elliott won, and he like after the race was over, so he crosses the checkered flag to win, and goes through turn 1. And once he got into turn 2 where I couldn't see him anymore, I was like power walking down to the grandstands. Actually, you know what? It could have showed him because I was sitting right below where the spotters in turn 1 were. And Chase Elliott's spotter was like maybe 3 seats up 2 rows and 3 seats to the left of me. So if it showed him and I was standing up because of how tall I am, I could have been in the shot. That's not impossible. But that would have been the only way you would have seen me in the grandstands is if it showed like his spotter somewhere around there, or these spotters in general because they were sitting like a couple rows above me. Very end, like 30 seconds after the race. Yeah, I mean it's possible. Yeah, it's very well possible. What age did I stop believing in Santa Claus? Well, we have some kids in the chat that Santa Claus could be very real. Nothing better than Christmas as a kid, man. But if I had to say an age, I don't know. I don't know how old I was, honestly. I think my dad told me. Like, my dad told me once, and that's how I'd like, I didn't really learn from it from anybody else. I remember my dad sat me and my sister down and told us. Which I thought was odd, considering I was 3 years older than my sister. That, like, it's weird to me that he sat us both down at the same time. You know, it's like, oh, okay, like, in a way, it was actually kind of worse for her because, like, I had 3 more years of really believing Santa Claus was real than what she did. I was probably, God, I don't know. I honestly have no clue. Sometime, obviously, in elementary school, so. If I had to guess, anywhere probably between 8 and 10. Probably closer to 10. My sister was probably like 7, 8 years old, so I was probably like 9 or 10. I was a believer, man. Jason M., welcome to the stream. Drivers are called back to their cars. Yes, they are. Let's go. I need to eat more of these chips before the race gets back going because I'm not going to be eating during the live commentary. Yeah, it's pretty cool if I got my moment of fame. I should have had a sign that said subscribe to my YouTube channel. So that way if I'm ever on TV, I can be like, see if that works. Yep, I'm going to say cars back to the drivers. Drivers back to their cars. They have been called. Fuel up, indeed. I wasn't planning on eating during the race, obviously, doing the live commentary, but because of this red flag, I was like, man, now the race is going to get over like an hour and a half later than what it was, and I didn't eat lunch today, so it's kind of like that in-between point of not eating since like 9 o'clock this morning for breakfast, and from that point, I mean, like eating dinner at like 7, 8 o'clock. Bad idea, NASCAR. It's going to rain in the next hour. Well, no, if it's dry and the track is dry, they have to race. Like, they have to race. Like, if it does start raining again, then just throw the caution initially instead of waiting 5, 6 laps for somebody to spin like they did at the start of the race. That's all. You just have to have a little bit better judgment. That's all. Because you got to think, if they can get to halfway in an hour or an hour and a half, then the race will be official. Clouds still looking dark. Yeah, it was going to be an overcast day all day today anyway, so I don't expect the sun to come out for very long if it does. Hopefully it does, but no, this track does not have lights. New Hampshire does not have lights, and we already checked sundown is at 8:21 Eastern Standard Time, but usually you have 15 to 20 minutes after sundown of actual daylight. So you have till about 8:36 to 8:41 Eastern Standard Time to get this race in. So if they can get going at like 5:15, that'll give them about 3 hours, 15 minutes, which again, this is one of the shortest races of the season. They can definitely get the race in that time, even if they do have a few cautions here and there. When I cut steak, do I cut it with my left or my right hand? Yeah, I cut it with my right hand. Sorry, I got sidetracked in the middle of the question. Carnivore the steak. You can have one superpower, what would it be? The ability to freeze time. The ability to freeze time would be my my superpower ability. If I like all those times I have like been running behind schedule on something, just freeze time. You got however long you want. Or trying to think of another instance that would be great to freeze time. Those days that I don't have enough time in the day to do everything I want to do, so I just schedule for the next day, I don't have to do that. I can just stop time. If I want to go golfing and play 18 holes and I only have like an hour of actual sunshine or it's going to rain when I get off work, I can just pause time, go out there and play. heck, I could do that and play through people that are already ahead of me if they're holding me up too. You know, I can get my round of golf in like less than 2 hours all the time. The carnivore race. Truex's car looks like is lopsided like Almirola at Darlington. It did look like there were some issues with like the suspension right around the left rear because it looked like the left rear tire was kind of caved in a little bit. The right, or sorry, not the left rear, the left front, but the right front's going to do that because it's a flatter racetrack. We see that at Phoenix, New Hampshire, obviously Martinsville, where they kind of apex it in, but the left sides aren't really like that. So that's why I'm thinking he's got some suspension issues with the left front. We saw the car laying down hard on the splitter and sparking, and pieces were breaking, and he was running over it, so that could have damaged the suspension. Rather spend a day with Tiger Woods or SpongeBob? I'd have to say Tiger Woods, only considering that SpongeBob is a cartoon character. Tiger Woods is real and the greatest player in golf of my generation. Growing up watching, he could teach me a lot. I'm just saying, he could teach me a lot. Like I'm good, but I'm not like pro level good. So he could teach me a lot, more than I'm sure anybody else could teach me. Yeah, that could definitely DNF Truex. I think the big thing is for Truex is he doesn't have nearly as much damage as Kyle Busch. Exterior, at least, looking at the car. Is it enough speed to stay on the lead lap? It's not going to be enough speed to have the same race-winning car he had at the drop of the green flag. But if he can stay on the lead lap from that point, you never know how the strategy could play out. You never know. But until then, not able to see it. Also, what they did state on the broadcast a couple minutes ago, in the middle of me answering your guys' questions, is that lap 30 was originally the competition yellow, but NASCAR stated that this is going to be the competition yellow now with the rain shower going through, that they can change tires. They can change, well, I guess they could have changed tires before, but they can add fuel to the race cars now instead of having to wait until lap 30. So we'll likely be seeing some pit stops, I'd have to assume, when they go back to yellow flag conditions before the green flag would even drop. After the red is lifted, of course. NASCAR never came out and said anything about Kyle Busch bumping the pace car, so we'll have to find out in the news tomorrow, I guess. That wasn't a wise decision. You can understand the frustration, but that might have been a little overboard. I thought he was going to I thought he was going to give him a little bit of a bump, but he was like, I mean, he was getting the car a little loose. He was all over him. F1 champion Max or Lewis? I probably lean towards Lewis, but I don't watch Formula One enough. I don't even know what the point standings look like, though, either. Let me look. Formula One standings. Hamilton's only 8 points behind. Does that count today's race, or is that before today's race? Guys that are F1 fans or maybe watch the F1 race today, is that the actual standings right now, or is that before the race and they haven't updated? SRX needs to expand to 8 to 10 races. Yeah, I think they should do that. Maybe like 12 races and have a couple off weeks in there, so you go from June to August. Because you'd have probably 12. That'd give you 12 to 14 weeks. Let's say 14 weeks. You can get it all in. Have a couple weeks off to maybe work around like a NASCAR or an IndyCar schedule. So that way you can get more of those guys to want to come in and expand the field by like 6 cars. Oh, that's the standings now? Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, because if it wasn't, then Hamilton would be ahead of Verstappen. Oh, man, there's some fiery words from Verstappen, too. Labels Lewis Hamilton as disrespectful and unsportsmanlike. Now, see, it wasn't an actual rivalry, I would say, in F1. Now I'd label it a rivalry after that incident today. Because they never had any on-track incidents before that. Like, it was just like, just normal racing. Like, it was like Denny Hamlin and Kevin Harvick last year. It wasn't a rivalry. They were just winning a lot of races. And they were racing clean against each other. So they did not extend the damaged vehicle time for Martin Truex Jr. He's at 3 minutes and 50 seconds, so he'll have, I believe it's 6 minutes in the Cup Series. So he will have 2 minutes, or the crew, will have 2 minutes and 10 seconds to try and repair the car enough to get to minimum speed for Truex. If they go past that 6 minutes, then the race will be over for the 19 team. Lewis didn't know that Max went to the hospital. Oh, he did go to the hospital? Was he injured from the accident? I only saw the accident. I have no clue. I don't watch Formula One usually. I've only watched 3 races from start to finish ever. Only one this season. Oh, it was just a checkup. Got the wind knocked out and probably just checked and make sure he didn't have like broken ribs or something. Yeah, it looked like a pretty like violent hit too. The way the car was spinning, he was still going at a high rated speed when he hit that wall sideways. Good thing he didn't hit. Well, I was gonna say good thing he didn't hit driver's side door first. It's a single car cockpit anyway. So yeah, never mind. That would have been pretty stupid if I actually went through and said that. Drivers are strapping themselves into the race cars now. And the engines are firing, so we'll be back to yellow flag conditions here within a couple minutes. Truex' damage looks worse than Keegan's back in Heat 5. Yep. Yeah, again, the damage on the outside of the car isn't that bad on Truex. It's more on the inside. And they are back under yellow flag conditions. The cars are starting to roll back onto the racetrack. I will stop eating these chips when they go green. Need all the refueling I can get here. But the red flag is lifted, and we'll likely be seeing some pit stops within a couple laps as well, now that they're technically under the competition caution. Oh, wow. Sunshine Cool Water, welcome to the stream. Like to see a split between SRX Series and NASCAR like kart and IRL. I don't know if you want to see that. That's not going to be the best for motorsports, I feel like. What's best for motorsports is them teaming up like SRX was able to do last night, getting Chase Elliott or getting a Haley Deegan, or maybe hopefully getting more Cup drivers to race one-offs in the future. But yeah, I like that, because if you have a split like IndyCar, and kart did, you're gonna have races on the same day a lot. Oh wow. So there's an issue with Joey Logano after the red flag has been lifted, that there may be a piece of rubber caught somewhere in the engine right around where the fuel injector, I guess, would be. And there could be an issue with a stuck throttle, which we know is not what you would want to have, especially at this racetrack with how much of a high braking zone it is to get into every corner. Seen some really terrible accidents there over the years with stuck throttles at New Hampshire. So that is not ideal, and it will likely be a 2-lap penalty. And it is a 2-lap penalty now that Logano is pitting now, while pit road is still closed after the red flag. But it was an issue they had to get fixed. So Logano's going to have a 2-lap penalty, and that is a tough break for him. Yeah, that would be cool to see the Xfinity Series run on dirt, too. Still think they should go to an actual dirt track, but... Yeah, Kyle Busch has a couple wins. He's obviously in the playoffs. He's up to third in the regular season standings, too. Any shot he would have had at winning the regular season title is now probably out of contention. I believe he was 78 points back going into this weekend. Indeed, Sunshine. Yeah, but I didn't want to actually detail into the deaths that we've seen. We've seen a couple of them at New Hampshire because of a stuck throttle. Definitely not a track you would want to see that happen. Even with the safety improvements, still very dangerous. getting ready to go green again. Yes, they are. They are currently under yellow, no longer under the red. We have not seen any pit stops yet. Pit road is still closed. They're working on trying to dry pit road currently, which is why we're still under yellow. So pit road's still a little damp because of all the cars that were sitting there. Once they dry pit road off, pit road will be open. We'll see some pit stops likely. Guys topping off on fuel, especially here, so they can get to the end of stage 1, no problem. And then we'll see them go back to green. Chase Elliott currently leads, as you see on the leaderboard on your guys' screen. Martin Truex Jr. did get his car back on the racetrack. We'll have to see when they go back to green if it will meet minimum speed, and if it does, then it looks like Truex will remain in the race, which would also mean their DRG is that Kyle Busch is the only driver who actually DNF'd due to the incident on lap 6. Same chips, yeah. Just snacking on some tortilla chips. It's either this or Ritz crackers, but I still have some cheese left over from Wisconsin. I want to save those. Once I go back to green, though, I will not be eating and commentating at the same time because it may lead to a cause of death or something that you guys aren't going to want to hear crunching when I'm trying to commentate what's going on live in this race. Getting some comments in the chat about there maybe being a wreck when they go back green. I hope not. That's the last thing we want to see after having a red flag for well over an hour. I'd choose Tostitos over Pringles. Never really like I like Pringles, but I just like tortilla chips better than potato chips. Especially now that, it's not like a completely healthy option, but it's healthier than potato chips. I actually like the taste, but I mean, it's kind of plain, obviously, with just salt, but I actually like them better than potato chips. Which is why we had them in the cupboard downstairs. Good to see the cautions are actually working on our screen as well here. Pit road is open as we speak. Or if not this time, it will be open next time. You still have sun. Yeah, sun chips are pretty good too. Still got some weepers on the racetrack down on the lower group to the apron in turns 1 and 2, which is why pit road was still closed at that time by. It just seems like they get the track area dry there, and then it starts to puddle up randomly again in the cracks in the groove. Nope, no competition yellow. This is now going to be the competition caution already stated from NASCAR. Once pit road opens, it will be the competition yellow. So the teams are allowed to fuel their race cars. I really hope we don't have a lot of cautions because I do not want to see darkness have to come into a factor of when this race is going to end because we might have another 2007 Kansas situation. The worst part about it is if they just would have started the race at noon, 1 o'clock, we would have been past halfway when it rained and it might have been official. Instead, we're only 18 laps in under yellow with only 5 green flag laps ran in this race because of the rain running the race at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon start time. Thanks, Jason M. Well, we won't be doing this kind of live stream the next couple weeks means NASCAR's got a 2-week break coming up. I do plan on doing the next Cup race at Watkins Glen. That'll be on NBC Sports Network, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard start time on August the 8th. So that'll be the next live commentary we'll do. It will be the next Cup race. But yeah, hey, thanks for subscribing. Thanks for tuning in. We got some daily NASCAR content on the channel, like the piece of debris. Tape just fell off of Truex's race car. Nope, New Hampshire does not have lights. One of, I think, only 7 tracks that doesn't have lights. First ever F1 2021 full race win. There you go. 51 seconds. You gotta turn that difficulty up there, son. I don't know why I called you son, but... Okay, so pit road is open this time by top 5 stay out. Top 10 have now stayed out. Denny Hamlin will be the first on the pit road. He had spun, so he's gonna replace his tires. No surprise there. Surprised Bowman didn't come down as well, considering he had a bit of a slide. So most of the field outside the top 20, as well as Denny Hamlin, will be the drivers coming to pit road right here. Topping off on fuel, changing tires, going a little off strategy. Yes, Kyle Busch is done for the day. They're the only driver out of the race right now. I only got... Oh, no, I just dropped a chip on the floor. Making sure there's no dog hair on it. That would just be terrible. Can they make it to the end of stage 1 on fuel? They should be able to, especially with these caution laps. They've ran over 10 caution laps now. I'm not sure exactly what the fuel window looks like, but I would assume it's somewhere between 70 and 80 laps. And 75 laps will be in stage 1 and stage 2 today. One to go this time by. Chase Elliott will elect the inside lane for the restart. And this will be my last chip and last source of food unless we get another red flag. If we get another red flag, hopefully they're past halfway and the race will be official because I don't think they're going to be able to withstand much more. It's going to be close to running into darkness by the end of this one. Yeah, I like the choose rule. I think it's a lot better than the original double file restart. It keeps, people from automatically getting screwed on the outside. Now, if they want to, they choose their own fate. Pace car has just pulled off a pit road. Bowman going to push his teammate Elliott on the restart on the inside. Green flag back in the air. We're racing again at New Hampshire. Elliott slides on the bottom of the racetrack in turns 1 and 2. Kurt Busch gets the run off the exit of the corner, and Kurt Busch will extend out to the race lead. 3 and 4 wide further back as Joey Logano just about got contact off the exit of turn 2 with Corey LaJoie. Christopher Bell on the outside is going to get around Alex Bowman now for second. Kurt Busch will lead his first lap of the race at the line. Elliott barrels down on the inside of the racetrack. Kurt gets a little loose in the center of the corner, trying to find grip with this green racetrack now. Christopher Bell is now closed in on that gap with the top 2 of Elliott and Kurt Busch. Bell on the inside of Elliott, putting a lot of pressure on him, and now Kurt Busch has a lot of pressure behind him as they're nearly 3 wide off the exit of turn 4. Elliott will dive bomb to the inside of Kurt Busch into turns 1 and 2, and Chase Elliott is back out in front at New Hampshire with Christopher Bell on the inside of Kurt Busch for second off turn 2. Blaney off the exit of turn 2 also to the inside of Alex Bowman for position. That'll be a battle for fourth. Bell will clear Busch into turn 3. Carries the run in the center of 3 and 4, and Christopher Bell is making headway along with the 12 of Ryan Blaney. They've been the two biggest movers on the racetrack since the restart, at least in the top 10. Elliott gaps Bell by a couple car lengths. Blaney on the inside of Kurt Busch for third going into turn 3. Blaney drives it in so deep, easily clears Kurt Busch off the exit of the corner. And now Bowman's all over the back of Kurt Busch as he continues to go backwards. Remember in the predictions video way back before the start of the race, expected Kurt Busch to not be a great fantasy start for your guys' team and expected him to finish outside the top 10 today, although he has the track position due to his great finish last week, winning the race at Atlanta. He's dropping back on this restart just a few laps in. Reddick will make a pass going into turn 3 on Brad Keselowski, but Keselowski with a crossover off the exit of turn 4 as they battle for 6th. And now Keselowski's going to drive it in deep underneath the 8 of Reddick. Bowman slides up the track right in front of Reddick, which allows Keselowski to clear the 8 car, but he can't clear up with Bowman there on the outside as well. A lot of good short track racing going on after the caution and after the red flag was lifted, and Keselowski is now on the move as he cracks the top 5 for the first time today. Kyle Larson also trying to get around his old car of the 42 for Chip Ganassi Racing, Ross Chastain behind the wheel. So they battle for the 8th position. Couple different grooves on this racetrack. You're seeing some drivers work the outside. You're seeing some drivers work the inside. And some of them, when they have clean traffic, not battling for position, may diamond the corners off. Enter in the middle, the lower area of the racetrack. Slide up, get back to the gas, and cut it back down the racetrack, back closer to the apron, off the exit of the corner. That may be the fastest way around this racetrack. Obviously, when you're battling for position or you're side by side, you're not going to be able to do that. You're going to open up a window for somebody to either get around you or get alongside of you, which can hinder the lap time as well. But for Chase Elliott, who's pulling away, he's in a good spot. Chastain overdrives turn 3. Kyle Larson drives it in deep as well on the bottom. He will not be able to clear Chastain high, but they are side by side again now down the front straightaway to the line. Chastain seems to be able to drive it in a lot deeper with success in 1 and 2, while in 3 and 4 it's Larson. And we have another caution as Anthony Alfredo has gone around for a spin down the front straightaway. Our second caution of the race today. Heavy damage around the right rear and the right front of the 38 machine. Joey Logano will get the free pass and get back. A little contact between Wallace and Alfredo off the exit of turn 4 is what turned the 38 car around. It looked like Alfredo just got back into the gas maybe a little too early off the exit of turn 4 and got into the left rear. Wallace spinning himself around. Wallace continued with very little damage. They will pull out the fenders on the left rear of Wallace's race car during the yellow, and it actually looked like he had a left rear tire punctured after the contact with Alfredo, so hopefully there's not too much damage around the left rear and he can keep his car in one piece. Yeah, we would definitely be in the final stage by now. Honestly, we'd probably be close to the finish. Started just before 3:30. I mean, the race is only going to be about 2.5 to 3 hours. 6:30 I would have expected to be the start. Well, I just got word from the commissioner, and I was talking about it earlier, which is kind of weird, about like the live commentary we're going to have for races later this year. Our fantasy draft will be on the same night as the Daytona race for the second straight year. So, with that being said, unfortunately, that means that we will not do the Cup Series race at Daytona later this season, but we will do the Xfinity race at least. I mean, you hate to say that about Ryan Newman only because he's not the same driver he was before that accident in 2020. I mean, he made the playoffs in 2019. And then after his crash in 2020, he's just not been the same. I mean, it's unfortunate, but I mean, this race has already gone 35 minutes in. And we're only on lap 34 just because of all the caution laps being ran. The red flag does not account for the actual race time itself. And again, every caution we get and every caution lap we end up having from here to the end of the race is going to prolong the race a little bit more, and that is a possible gray area we could run into if we run into darkness at the end of this race. Definitely going to be a later stay than what we originally thought coming in. Some of the drivers inside the top 10 are going to pit. Alex Bowman, Kyle Larson, William Byron all coming on in. Eric Almirola, Chris Buescher outside the top 10 will also make their way onto pit road. Chase Briscoe in as well. Remember, Bowman did go for a spin, but did not pit under the last caution. He pits under this one. Everybody's making some 4-tire pit stops. A little bit of a chassis adjustment on Bowman's car. He was a little bit tight in the first run. Oh, almost a little incident on pit road. Almirola coming out of his pit box while Bowman and Byron were side by side. Just about pinched right into him. Exactly, DRG. Roush isn't great, and for the past 2 years, he's been completely outdriven by Buescher and. Sorry, I was reading another comment too by Buescher. Yeah, exactly. But again, that was largely due to, maybe his incident last year in 2020. Yeah, I just don't think he's the same driver since. Yeah, he got outdriven by Buescher last year, and he's getting outdriven more so this year by him than what he did last year. And it's tough to. You can't obviously fault a guy for it, and it's tough to tell if he still is the same or not. Because mentally, I'm sure he is. He gets in the race car, he thinks the same thing, but it's somewhere in the back of your mind. It's in the back of your head that you might not think about. You may second guess like your opinion of where you go on the racetrack. I don't want to get in an accident again or something like that. I mean, it happens to every race driver. And he's been in some bad accidents before, but he's never been in the hospital after a bad accident like he was after the Daytona 500 last season. So that definitely plays, in my opinion, a big factor. Because, again, 2 years ago, he was in the playoffs in 2019. So But, yeah. With that being said, I do kind of think also, too, with it being a contract year for Newman, I don't see how Roush could re-sign him. I mean, we know Keselowski might be going that way, but maybe they make it a 3-car team. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see what the details are there. Roush did announce that they will have a big announcement coming this week, which is likely, Brad Keselowski officially joining with Roush Fenway, but maybe we'll see, how many cars they're going to have on their team by then. It'll be interesting to see what the interview will be like, or the press conference, rather, will be like later in the week. Yeah, 2014, he was one spot away from a Cup championship. Ryan Newman could have been a Cup champion, yeah. And he had 8 wins in 2003. 2003. Just a very weird career is Ryan Newman's. Yeah, Brad's got the potential to save Roush. We'll see. Green flag back in the air. Chase Elliott on the outside. Christopher Bell on the inside. Blaney and Kurt Busch back in row 2. Elliott slides up the racetrack on the restart. Elliott on the bottom. Will he clear? No, he will not. Elliott gets the drive off the exit. Maybe a little side draft. And around goes the 51 at the back of the pack. That's Cody Ware. He goes for a spin. We stay green. Still green as Ware gets back to rolling again, and Chase Elliott in turn 1 on the following lap has finally cleared Christopher Bell for the race lead. Blaney putting the pressure on Bell now for second. Already down to only 35 laps to go in stage 1. Drivers right around the cutoff line that are inside the top 10 include Tyler Reddick in 6th, Ross Chastain 8th, Matt DiBenedetto, our sleeper pick in the predictions video, in 9th, and Cole Custer just jumped up to 10th. He's not on the bubble. He's well outside. Austin Dillon was in 10th for a brief moment there before Custer got around him. Nearly 3 wide down the back straightaway. Byron almost threaded it up the middle between the 77 and his teammate the 48. A lot of those drivers on fresher tires back there, like Bowman, Larson, and Byron. Almirola as well. Blaney has just made a pass for second place in turns 1 and 2 on Bell. Bell gets the drive off, but Blaney diamond cuts the corner, cutting Bell's momentum off with a block off the exit of turn 2 to hang on to second. And Blaney was working through the field very quickly on the opening couple laps before that spin from the 38 of Anthony Alfredo. We'll see if he's got anything for Chase Elliott. Another driver who was kind of cutting through the field was Bell, but he had gotten around Christopher now, maybe looking a little bit faster. Brad Keselowski's also been on the move, so a couple of Penske cars moving their way forward as this race progresses. Matt DiBenedetto on the move as well. We talked about a couple Penske Fords moving forward. How about an affiliated Wood Brothers Racing Ford now up to 7th? My prediction was for Matt DiBenedetto to finish inside the top 10 for 3 straight races, not only this season, but at New Hampshire as well. Finished 6th here last season with the Wood Brothers, and in 2019 with Levine Family Racing, Matt DiBenedetto finished 5th here at New Hampshire. Maybe one of his better racetracks that is maybe a little underrated compared to some other tracks he has ran well at in the past, like Bristol or even Sonoma. Earl Arnold Jr., welcome to the stream. Is a 38 damage? Yes, he is heavily damaged. Heavy damage right around the right rear and the right front of the race car, particularly the right rear. Looked almost identical to Kyle Busch's car after he had spun into the wall in turns 1 and 2 in the rain. Alfredo is showing 1 lap down right now, but that car is severely damaged. He is still on the racetrack and in this race. James Davidson is also off the racetrack right now. I don't think he had any heavy damage from that lap 6 incident in the rain or not. It's amazing how low these drivers are off the exit of turn 2. Some of them almost a full car below the apron near the inside wall off the exit of turn 2, trying to make some passes and really, again, diamond cut the corners off. Car slides up a little bit on the entrance, get back to the gas off the exit, and use all of that racetrack. We're seeing a lot of great short track racing so far. Nearly 3 wide into turns 1 and 2. 17 of Buescher thought about making the move underneath a couple of Fords, including his teammate Ryan Newman, as well as Eric Almirola. Thought better of it. Gets another run down the back straightaway, and he might take the move this time. No, he chooses to stay behind his teammate Newman again, and now slides up the track a little bit too much, and Stenhouse will fill the void on the inside. Stenhouse cannot clear the 17 of Buescher, though. And they're side by side. And how about Martin Truex Jr., who not only is still in the race after having heavy damage back on lap 6, being involved in an accident in the rain, sliding behind Kyle Busch into the wall with the right rear, then slapping the right front. He is not only on the lead lap, but he is back inside the top 25 and looking to make some passes on those Roush Fenway Fords of Chris Buescher and Ryan Newman. Keselowski now, as he's continued to move forward, as well as Ryan Blaney, 2 seconds off the lead. Battle for third between Bell and Keselowski, with Keselowski on the inside. No surprise, Bell trying to run the high side. Bell overdrives turn 3 just a little bit, slides up the racetrack. He'll get the run off the exit of the corner. Keselowski is all the way underneath him now, trying to side draft off of him, and Bell gets just enough of a pole to clear. Keselowski drives it in deep back to the bottom again, and on the outside again is Christopher Bell. I'm telling you guys, New Hampshire's a fun racetrack. New Hampshire's a really good racetrack. It gets a lot of flack for some reason. I never understood it. Like, the last 2 or 3 races at New Hampshire have been awesome. Last year's race, I thought, was one of the top 10 races of the season, and it's just so underrated. People just don't think about New Hampshire being one of those types of racetracks. It really is. It is a very good racetrack. Puts on very good racing. Blaney has cut the lead down to about 0.4 of a second on Chase Elliott. When he made the move for second on Bell, he was 1.3 to 1.4 seconds off the lead, so that gap is closing on the 9. Chase Elliott's only got 2 career top 10 finishes here and 8 career starts at New Hampshire, one of his worst racetracks, to say the least. Didn't have him as a don't have today like I did for some of his teammates like Byron and Bowman, who are still running outside the top 10 right now. But I didn't expect him to have too great of a day, I will say. But obviously with the issues with the 2 cars that were ahead of him at the start, Kyle Busch being out of the race, Truex being put back in traffic with heavy damage as well, has opened the door up for an Elliott or a Blaney. Parking him on the fantasy team. There you go. As of right now, at least of the cars inside the top 20, which I would assume are the only cars that have not pit so far, there are only 11 of them that have not made their way onto pit road. Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, Christopher Bell, Brad Keselowski, Kevin Harvick, Tyler Reddick, Ross Chastain, Matt DiBenedetto, Austin Dillon, and Cole Custer, and Kurt Busch. Blaney closes again. He's now within 0.3 of a second of Chase Elliott. Hendrick Chevrolet is working their way up through the field on those 20-lap fresher tires. Kyle Larson, William Byron, Alex Bowman are now running 13th through 15th, following one another through the traffic as they all get around Eric Jones through turns 3 and 4. Larson putting a lot of pressure on his teammate Byron to make a pass on him as well, as they both run a little bit higher than Bowman in front of him did. Going to give him a little bit of a run off the exit of the corner, but Larson more so of a run. Again, looking to the inside, maybe taking it a tad bit easy on each other, knowing their teammates, and it's early in the race. Christopher Bell maybe only has a short run race car because he just continues to lose some ground here on the longer run. Maybe he's heating up the brakes maybe a little too much. Very harsh braking racetrack. Kevin Harvick is up to 5th. He's looking to pass Bell for 4th as they battle for position. Keselowski a few tenths out ahead of these guys in 3rd. But Elliott and Blaney are really pulling away from everybody else. Harvick is fast. He's got a great track record here. He's won 3 times at New Hampshire since 2015, and he's won here 4 times in his NASCAR Cup Series career. He's the only driver with 4 or more wins in the Cup Series currently at this racetrack. Why the commercials during the action-packed battles? Well, that's the TV money for you guys. I have noticed with NBC versus Fox, at least, again, I've only watched one race on NBC because I've been at the track in person. I was at track Nashville, both Pocono Cup races and the Road America race. So I've only watched one NBC race on TV, and that was at Atlanta last week. Stage 1, they didn't have any side-by-side commercials, but pretty much from like stage 2 on, or at least the second half of the race on, they were all side-by-side commercials, which is way more than what Fox ever did. So I'll give NBC the benefit of the doubt with the commercials because it seems like they have a lot more, at least side-by-side coverage in the second half of the race. Fox, you usually only get like 1 or 2 the whole race. Yeah. Well, I will say, though, with going to those races consecutively, that it was... I mean, it was obviously pretty cool, but it flew by. Like, it flew by so quickly. I wasn't at home a whole lot either, so, I mean, there was that. Lap traffic now with the race leaders. Chase Elliott trying to work around Anthony Alfredo to put him a second lap down. In the process of that, Ryan Blaney has ran down Elliott as they come back from the commercial break now on NBC. Just 15 laps to go in stage 1. The heat is on for this playoff point. Blaney with the run off the exit of turn 2. He's on the inside of Elliott into 3. Blaney has ran him down, but now in the battle for the lead, Keselowski is only 1.8 seconds back, and he is slowly closing in. If Blaney cannot get around Elliott, or at least struggles to get around him, Keselowski could be in the mix for the stage win as well. Again, off the exit of turn 2, which seems to be where Blaney is at his best, drives to the inside of Elliott. Tries to outbrake him into 3, but Elliott brakes heavily on the outside into 3. Blaney slides up. Will he be able to clear? Yes, he will. Elliott could not get back to the gas as soon as he wanted. Maybe let the 12th car by, and Blaney will lead his first lap of the race at the line. Keselowski closed initially, but once he caught Anthony Alfredo, even though the top 2 were battling, he's still about 1.8 to 1.9 off the lead. And Ryan Blaney could just initially, after finally clearing Elliott, is just pulling away and has a shot to maybe win his 4th stage of the season. Yeah, unfortunately, my pick of Kyle Busch was, it was only 6 laps in, but he was leading. He was leading confidently, and then, but I blame NASCAR for that. That's definitely not my fault with the predictions. I will not count that against me in the post-race analysis video tomorrow when we recap all the predictions I had. That was not his fault at all. And it's one thing if he gets taken out in an accident, that's not his fault, but when it's NASCAR's fault, for letting the race run green, that's... How was I supposed to know that was going to happen? Ryan Blaney only passed Elliott about 3 or 4 laps ago, and he's already a full second ahead of him. Keselowski running very similar lap times on the screen. We'll see if maybe on the next restart at the end of the stage, if Keselowski can have a fast pit stop, maybe he'll be right there with Blaney, because they look very, very similar on lap times. Last lap for Blaney was a 30.055. Last lap for Keselowski was a 30.108. So they are very, very close on speed. Harvick has been battling Bell for position for quite some time. He has not gotten around him. And with them battling, again, Keselowski has pulled away from at least the battle for third. It's now a battle for fourth. Tyler Reddick in sixth place is starting to catch the back of Harvick and Bell. Harvick trying to get the run again on the inside into the corner, but Bell is able to drive it in so deep, even on the outside, that Harvick cannot get underneath him. On the inside, he takes the air off the left rear corner panel, really side drafts Bell down the back straightaway now. Really drives it deep into turns 3 and 4, and he is clear up. We'll see if Bell tries a crossover. No. Slides up in front of him, and here comes Reddick with the loss of momentum from the 20 of Bell, and Reddick is going to make his way past Christopher Bell for fifth. And Reddick is on the inside of Harvick now for position off turn 2 as well. It's a 3-car battle for the 4th position. A lot of action on the racetrack. Been more focused on Money in the Bank tonight. Yeah, I plan on watching that tonight. Unfortunately, I'm going to miss the start of it now because the race. That's okay. I'd rather watch NASCAR any day. I'm hoping to go to SmackDown in Cleveland on Friday night, so I might not be streaming that night if I am gone. Lap car of Cody Ware gets in the way of the battle between Bell and Reddick as they're 3 wide off the exit of turn 2, almost making contact. Still side by side into 3. Bell tries to pinch Reddick on the inside. Very aggressively, Bell is racing Reddick. They're still side by side as Bell is holding Reddick tight. A lot tighter than what he was a couple laps into the battle, and Reddick will slide up clear off turn 2. Bell not able to get the cut to get the drive underneath him, and hangs on. Meanwhile, towards the front, Keselowski has caught Chase Elliott finally for second place, and he'll make a pass through turns 3 and 4. Nope, not quite clear yet, still side by side. 5 laps to go in stage 1 for Ryan Blaney. He's got a 1.4 second lead. Keselowski got inside of him, but off the exit of turn 2, Elliott will drive back away and clear the 2. Keselowski, Elliott side by side again off turn 4, but we'll see if Keselowski can get a better drive into 1 and 2 this time. Lap car coming up with Garrett Smithley in the 53. He's going to try to pull way out of the way and lets these guys race it out and battle for second. Another lap car coming up in front of him. Keselowski again merges behind Elliott off turn 2, drives it deep into 3, trying to get to the corner panel of the 9. And nearly side by side down the front straightaway. 3 to go in stage 1. Only 2 drivers on fresher tires to make their way through the field to get back in the top 10 is Denny Hamlin in 7th and Kyle Larson in 10th. Elliott slipped off the exit of turn 2 meanwhile, and Keselowski back underneath him side by side into 3 and 4 for second place as Blaney gets away. Keselowski this time finally clears Elliott off turn 4, 2 to go at the line. Elliott gets the run off the exit, off the high side. He'll try to drive it in deep now into 1 and 2, but Keselowski blocks and holds the bottom. Keselowski slides maybe a little bit more off the exit of the corner, allowing Elliott to get another run as he hangs on the back bumper. BJ McLeod in the 78 will be the lap car in front of the 2 and the 9. He'll go to the outside. So both drivers have to go to the bottom again. Keselowski gaps Elliott in 3 and 4. And Elliott caught McLeod in a bad spot off the exit of turn 4 meanwhile. We are now on the final lap of stage 1. Ryan Blaney with a 1.6 second lead over teammate Brad Keselowski. And off of turn 4, now this time at the line, Ryan Blaney will win his 4th stage of the season, getting another playoff point now that we're later in the regular season, and Blaney wins stage 1 at New Hampshire. Brad Keselowski second, about a second and a half behind him. Chase Elliott third. 4th was Kevin Harvick. Tyler Reddick 5th. Christopher Bell 6th. Denny Hamlin 7th. Ross Chastain 8th, Matt DiBenedetto 9th, and Kyle Larson will round out the top 10. Those will be the 10 drivers getting stage points in the 75-lap opening stage. Yes, indeed. Blaney wins stage 1. If he wins this race, you guys are probably going to see me the happiest I've probably ever been on the channel. We've had a lot of happy moments, but there's nothing like seeing your favorite driver win a NASCAR race. Matt DiBenedetto never has a good long-run car. Do you think some of that is... I think some of that is him, though. I don't think it's so much the car. I think he pushes it so hard early in the run that it makes it good, and he burns the tires and burns the equipment up so early in the run that he can't hold on. He was up to 7th. I mean, the only drivers that got back around him were Chastain and Hamlin had pitted. So, I mean, realistically, only one car passed him after he got to 7th on the restart that had equal tires as him, which was Ross Chastain. Been on a good run with wrestling pay-per-view since UFC 264 and Ring of Honor last weekend. Both 4th. Girlfriend won Impact last. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I don't really watch too many other forms of pro wrestling outside of WWE and NXT, but I don't watch week to week as much as I probably should, and a lot of it is just because I'm streaming at nights, so, Fridays and, Mondays. I will watch the highlights and keep up on the storylines and stuff, but when the pay-per-views come around, I watch the pay-per-views at least. It's a lot easier to watch the pay-per-views when the race is on a Sunday afternoon or a Saturday night that I have Sunday night I can watch. And, we'll get the NASCAR video game live streams out of the way early in the day, too, because I'm off on Sunday, so it works out better. I should start watching Raw a little bit more because I'm off of work Mondays also, but Fridays is difficult. Like, I have to work Friday, and I'm literally probably going to go from work to Cleveland. The only way I won't go is if I can't get my car back in time because it'll be in the shop. Hopefully I get it back before then. Because if not, then I won't be able to go. So I haven't bought tickets yet. It's not a for sure thing. I'm just hoping I can. Especially now the fans are back. Pit stops under caution right now as Ryan Blaney will lead the entire field on the pit road. Chase Elliott's pit crew has been very fast this season. Blaney's, on the other hand, not as fast in recent weeks. So we'll see if Elliott can make the jump in the pits to cycle back out in front of Ryan Blaney. And it looks like Blaney is going to lose at least a couple spots on pit road. Denny Hamlin in that 11 team with a very fast pit stop. Kevin Harvick will cycle out as the leader. So Blaney and Elliott lose multiple positions. Harvick will come out first. Hamlin second. Reddick third. Keselowski fourth. And Blaney and Elliott, who went in first and second, are now fifth and sixth. Blaney's pit crew has not been great this season, and they costed him once again. After scoring the Stage 1 victory, he'll be restarting in sixth. Can I get your opinion on Money in the Bank? I am loving the Edge and Roman Reigns storyline. I think Roman Reigns is going to win tonight, especially with Edge. It just seems like Edge has had the upper hand in this feud. Not at WrestleMania, of course, but in the feud over the last couple of weeks, it seems like Edge has had so much momentum going for him, and Roman hasn't gotten the upper hand as much. So I feel like with the 50-50 booking that it may lean towards Roman's way. So if I had to throw money on that match tonight, I'd probably lean towards Roman Reigns getting the edge. Getting the edge. Getting the edge on edge. I gotta look up the rest of the card just to. I have no clue who's gonna win the Money in the Bank briefcase. Like I cannot. I mean, that's the cool thing about like the Rumble and the Money in the Bank ladder matches is like it's so unpredictable. Like you can make a strong case for usually like at least a couple guys in the match. It's like you can the Royal Rumble every year that just don't know. Yeah, Bobby Lashley and Kofi Kingston. I think Lashley will probably end up dominating Kingston if I had to guess. They might make it a pretty good title fight between them, but I'd go Lashley easily. But yeah, Ricochet, John Morrison, Matt Riddle, Drew McIntyre, Big E, Owens, Nakamura, Rollins. Drew McIntyre, maybe? If I had to lean towards one guy winning the Money in the Bank briefcase, I'd probably lean towards either McIntyre or Big E winning. I think it'd be kind of cool to see Big E win. Get that major push he needs to maybe win his first world title. Yeah, I'd probably lean towards those two. Flair and Ripley should tear the house down too, as they usually do. Women's Money in the Bank match: Asuka, Bliss, Naomi, Cross, Morgan, Vega, Natalya, Tamina. You would think it would lean towards Alexa Bliss, but I don't feel like that's the case. Asuka won it last time. I don't know. That one's probably more unpredictable than the men's, honestly. I'd probably go Naomi. I think she'll probably win. There's my predictions for Money in the Bank tonight, in case you were wondering. We're under the stage 1 break, so that's why we were talking about WWE randomly there. Oh no, I lost the. There we go. Almost lost the live feed for a second. You guys might see a little glitch out on the channel there for a second. We got it back. They will be going green this time. Everybody hit pit road during the stage 1 break. It'll be Harvick and Hamlin on the front row. Harvick will restart on the outside, Hamlin on the inside. After Harvick won the race off pit road, he will be the controlled car. Harvick leads the field to the green. Great jump on the restart. Denny Hamlin really spun the tires and stacked up Keselowski and Blaney behind him. Chastain takes a 3-wide dive into turns 1 and 2, now underneath Blaney and Bell. Very tight corner there for Chastain. He made it through, and there's still 3 wide down the back straightaway into turn 3. Chastain slides up in front of the 12. Can't get back to the gas as well as him, and Blaney going to try to cross him back over as Bell cycles out ahead of them both. Elliott and Reddick side by side for second right now as Harvick is slowly getting away. Hamlin, who did not get the launch on the restart, fell back to 4th. So the new top 10 after the cycling of pit stops, and now that we're a couple laps into the restart, will look like this. We got Kevin Harvick as the leader. Chase Elliott finally clear in second place. Tyler Reddick 3rd. Denny Hamlin 4th. Brad Keselowski the top 5. Larson 6th, Blaney 7th, Bell 8th, Chastain 9th, and Kurt Busch rounds out the top 10. Yeah, I got a lot of my team running up there right now, too. Truex is in the garage. I've got, I haven't stated who I have on my fantasy team yet. So my fantasy team, I've got Matt DiBenedetto, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, Kevin Harvick, and Brad Keselowski. DiBenedetto, the only one of those guys outside the top 10. Everybody else is in the top 6. I would assume Truex would probably be up there if he didn't get in that accident, unfortunately. Then I'd have 5 guys I'd have him over DiBenedetto. I mean, Truex is up to 17th. The fact that he's even up that far in the running order, I am quite surprised. That car's got quite a bit of damage on it. In my bonus points, I had Kyle Busch to win. Larson is the highest Chevy. Harvick is the highest Ford, Toyota, and Joe Gibbs, obviously, to go to victory lane. Fortunately, Busch is the only driver out of the race today, as well as, I believe, James Davidson. It's a little bit of a mechanical failure with the oil pressure right now for Chase Briscoe in the 14 for Stewart-Haas Racing. He was off the pace and is now about 2/3 of a lap behind the rest of the field, or at least the leaders. So he's going to have to fight to try and stay on the lead lap here before long if he can keep that car running afloat without having to bring it onto pit road during green. Reddick and Keselowski continue to battle for third. Blaney made a pass on Kyle Larson a couple laps ago and has battled back to the 11 of Denny Hamlin as they battle for fifth behind the battle for third between Keselowski and Reddick. Driver on the bottom is able to drive it so deep into the corner, try to slide up as Keselowski does there. He had room to clear up, but he didn't actually clear up. Now going into the corner, he finally clears up, causing Reddick to check up. And Keselowski will easily get the spot. With that checkup from Reddick, here comes Hamlin. But Reddick shuts the door on him off the exit of turn 2. And again, Blaney right there. Got about 3 or 4 cars under a blanket there. Right around the 3rd, 4th place cars. Kevin Harvick on a pretty long winless streak has not won not only this season, but didn't win the last 7 races of last season as well. Over a 25-race winless streak. He's leading here early on in stage 2. The second stage is 110 laps. And to get to halfway, we're only a little less than 60 laps away from that to making this race official here tonight. After the way everything was starting off here today, it didn't look so hot. Plus, even yesterday's forecast for today at New Hampshire Motor Speedway wasn't looking too hot. It was about a 90% chance of rain throughout the race today, and although it did rain, it definitely cleared up. And again, hopefully they can just at least get to halfway and make this race official. How about Eric Almirola climbing inside the top 10 as well? A lot more slow, methodical compared to what Kyle Larson was able to do. But Almirola is on the move. This is one of his better tracks as well. He had a top 5 at New Hampshire last season. We're live. Yeah, this is going to be officially the longest live stream of the channel with this rain delay going on. I didn't think I was going to stay live throughout the whole red flag, but I did. Denny Hamlin makes a pass on Tyler Reddick off the exit of turn 4 for 4th. Blaney right there trying to make a pass on Reddick now as well, as Reddick soared on the restart, getting up to a battle for second, at least with Chase Elliott at the time. Some of that was gained because of the pit stops under the stage break as well, where he was able to gain about 3 spots on pit road to put himself in that position. Plus, he restarted on the outside when Hamlin had stalled out on the restart in front of the Penske cars of Keselowski and Blaney. Reddick was able to get by those guys as well, so that's how he got up inside the top 3 so quickly. Sparks coming out of the bottom of the 12 car. I think that was just the bumps on the inside of the track going into turn 3 and the splitter maybe dragging a little bit, but he had that thing hooked up still, even going in. Really outbroke Tyler Reddick. Again, mentioning the sparks, and he cleared him off the exit of the corner. Ross Chastain putting the pressure on Kyle Larson as well for position. Larson's had a very streaky history at New Hampshire. He does have 3 second-place finishes here, but in his 9 career New Hampshire races, only 4 of those are top 10 finishes, including the 3 seconds, so very interesting. He's in 7th place for now, but Chastain, with the run underneath him, will actually make the pass and clear him into turn 1, as maybe Larson just kind of lets him go. Alex Bowman trying to get back inside the top 10 for the first time since the very start of the race. He's underneath Bell for that 10th position. Bell gets the drive off and will stay in front of him. A lot of battles for position around the racetrack currently. You can again see the top 31 cars on the leaderboard on the channel on your guys' screen. NBC going to go to a commercial break. Harvick is definitely a safe pick, I'd say, for a top 10. I didn't really talk about him too much in the predictions video because I didn't predict him to finish there, but he's got great track history, and he does have a fast car today. Got about a 9/10 of a second lead on Chase Elliott. Again, those intervals change every lap, so even under the commercial break, when I can't bring you guys the live commentary during this portion, at least you guys could see the intervals changing lap after lap here around the Magic Mile. Like, share, and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content on this channel. We do live commentary for actual races like you're seeing here today at New Hampshire for the Cup Series. No more truck races we're going to cover this season. We will cover the Xfinity Daytona race. Will be the only other Xfinity race we'll do, but we still have 4 more Cup races scheduled on the channel as well. Why only 4? Well, I'm going to 4 more races before the end of the season. There's only 14 left. Got to get to my grandparents' house for a few more races yet this year too, and just a couple other races on the couch, I guess. I don't do this every weekend, and not so much for the overkill, but so I can actually listen to the broadcast without me commentating over it throughout the course of a race like I did last weekend from time to time as well. On top of that, we have the predictions, the post-race analysis for fantasy advice and more going into the race weekends for the Cup Series, particularly on race day for the predictions video, usually within a couple hours of the race. Unless I'm at the track, then it'll be usually a morning stream. But then also, the post-race analysis is always taking place day after the Cup race at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Again, unless I'm at the track for the weekend and I can't get home before that. But when I'm not at the track, those are the dates of those. And, of course, what you guys seem to like quite a bit as well is the live commentary we do with the NASCAR video game live streams, not only with NASCAR Heat, but with older NASCAR games as well. Because of the race today, could not give myself enough time to get the next NASCAR Heat 5 Career Mode race in, so we'll be running at Darlington tomorrow on the channel after the NASCAR Fantasy Podcast, which will be again at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Harvick fighting pretty hard right now, trying to put his teammate Chase Briscoe a lap down. And he'll clear him off the exit of turn 4 finally to make him lose a lap. With that, Chase Elliott has been able to close about 3 to 4 tenths of a second the last couple laps. He's within a half a second of the lead. Now that there's some more moving chicanes, per se, around the racetrack here at New Hampshire. Elliott's got nowhere to go now, though. He's going to have to follow Briscoe into turns 3 and 4 with the 52 car on the outside of Briscoe. So that same lap traffic that allowed Elliott to close in on Harvick is now allowing Harvick to pull back away again, especially with one of Harvick's teammates, Chase Briscoe, right there. Briscoe's going to have to fight hard if he's going to want the free pass position to the end of the stage or to the caution, whatever comes first. These guys will have to pit under green or under this stage at some point in time before the end of stage 2 as well. So there is also that. 110 laps scheduled for stage 2. They can only go about 70 to 80 laps on fuel. Plus, I'm sure a lot of tire wear on that right front with this flat racetrack, these hard braking corners. Robbie, welcome to the stream. Yep, Michigan will be racing on August 22nd, will be the Cup race. Keselowski and Hamlin bunched together here. Blaney had pressure on Hamlin for a little bit, could never get around him. And Hamlin has slowly pulled back away from him and has caught up to the two of Brad Keselowski. They're within about 2 to 3 car lengths of each other now. About 40 laps away now from halfway. And still about 2 more hours of daylight at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway, so they're pacing pretty good to getting this race in. Over a third of the way home. But yeah, just one Cup race for Michigan this year. I will be there. That's my home track. One of the 4 remaining races I have left to go to this season. I'm so thankful I've been able to go to 7 races, though. I really do mean it. Feels weird now that I'm watching the races on TV again because I had a stretch where I wasn't because I was there, so it does feel kind of odd. Especially as it being the first couple races on NBC, too, so that's a little different. Versus like every other race I watched in person this year was on Fox. Eric Almirola continues on the move. He is up to 8th place. He got around Ross Chastain a couple laps ago. Pulling away from him. He's about a half a second behind Kyle Larson for 7th. Not very spaced out within the field. There's still a lot of battles going on alongside, especially inside the top 10. Keselowski and Hamlin still probably the closest to one another right now, on top of the 10 closing in on the 5 of Larson. Almirola only one top 5 this year. That came at Nashville. And only 2 top 10s on the season. It has been a rough go, to say the least, for Almirola, but it's good to see him maybe turn it around. Now, with saying those only 2 top 10s this year came on 750 tracks at Richmond and Nashville. So this being another 750 oval could be what's playing into the wheelhouse of the 10. The 4 of Harvick is leading as well. It just seems like Stewart-Haas Racing as a whole seems to run better on the 750 tracks than the 550 this season. Stated that not only with the road courses, but with the ovals too. It seems like Chase Briscoe is right there on the road courses running in the top 10. Cole Custer's just outside the top 10 in 11th right now as well. Sorry, he dropped back. He's to 14th now. He was in 11th a little bit ago. Hamlin has finally worked himself alongside Brad Keselowski as they battle for third place on the racetrack once again. Drove it in deep into turns 3 and 4, completes the pass, hangs on the exit, and Denny Hamlin has driven his way back to third after restarting second but spinning the tires. It's taken him a while to get this track position back, but he's slowly working forward. And meanwhile, up towards the front, even further ahead, Harvick is out to about a 1.1, 1.2 second lead over Chase Elliott, further into lap traffic now. When initially lap traffic was hit for Harvick, that lead closed to about a half a second, so it is starting to open back up again. Elliott maybe not as good on the longer run as Harvick as well. Harvick still searching for that first win of the season. Wish I could eat dinner and pause the race, no meters. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to get up from your seat during a race. I do my best not to do that. That's why I made sure when I got food, it was during the red flag when I had a chance. Not only because I'm doing the commentary, but just in general, too. I don't even get up during commercial breaks because I'm scared that they're going to cut back from commercial earlier than I expect. The only time I ever even get up is during cautions. And if I'm at the race in person, I never leave my seat the entire race. I make sure I get everything before the race, food, drinks, etc. if I need any. Lap traffic is definitely fluctuating the lead again. Chase Elliott is within about 0.7 of a second after being 1.2 back just 2 laps ago on Harvick, as mentioned. But as Harvick passes each and every lap car, Elliott will have to pass that same said lap car. And it's what's so great about short track racing, especially at a flatter track here like New Hampshire, where you have to maneuver your way around the lap traffic as best as you can, because that lead is going to fluctuate more often than what you would see on an intermediate, for instance. Guess he made the smart move with the belt. Yeah. Well, he's having an okay move. Well, I guess if you started him over Bush, then yeah, that was a good move. Hindsight's 20/20, though, unfortunately. If I would have known that rain was going to affect the race at the start like it did, I wouldn't have put Truex or Bush in my team. But Martin Truex Jr. watch, he got up to 17th. He is currently in 18th. He obviously does not have the same race car. Obviously, there's a bunch of damage, but if you look on our leaderboard where it shows Truex in 18th, his fastest lap of the race was on lap 2, which was before the incident ended up happening at lap 6. Why is that significant? Because if you look at every other driver, not only in front of him, but behind him, their fastest laps have come after the red flag. Especially drivers inside the top 10. Outside of Chase Elliott, every driver inside the top 10 has ran their fastest lap on lap 86 or lap 85, or better, which was at the very start of this green flag run in stage 2. So as soon as they went back green in this stage when their tires were at their freshest. So the track is definitely getting faster with more and more rubber laid onto it. Again, with that rain, it definitely washed out any rubber that was existed on the racetrack from the Xfinity race yesterday, or even the first 6 laps of the Cup race today. So, very green racetrack, bringing some newer conditions perhaps as well. It's got to be a thrilling moment for Harvick just to be out in front of the field right now. He has probably led more laps already in this race than what he has led all season coming in, which was only 39 laps. "48 laps led today." Yeah, right after I mentioned something, they showed the ticker. Perfect. It's almost like they're listening to me. 48 laps led for Harvick today. 49 now at the line. And again, he led 39 laps this season. We'll spotlight those drivers for a minute that we had talked about in the predictions video to see what they're running here about midway through the race. We're almost halfway home, and about another 20 to 25 laps. We will be halfway already into this one. First driver we'll talk about are the don't haves. As far as the don't have picks, Kurt Busch was a don't have. I said he would not finish in the top 10. He is currently running 12th. Alex Bowman is 10th. He's another driver I had as a don't have. I said he'd finish outside the top 10. As meanwhile, caution on the racetrack. Quinn Half has backed it into the outside wall in turn number 3. And Austin Dillon was on pit road at the timing of the caution. I don't know if that's going to hold him a lap down or if he is on the lead lap when it happened. Bunch of damage on the left rear and the left front of Quinn Half's Chevrolet. A lot of damage on the 00, and it's our 4th caution now. 3rd for incident. Looks like Half got turned by Ryan Newman. So Ryan Newman turns Quinn Half, bringing out a caution. There is a little bit of damage to the right front of Newman's car. Nothing major, just a little scuffage. Man, I mean, he just got into the back of him in the center of turns 3 and 4. Raining here in Nashville. Oh, good thing it's not raining again at New Hampshire. Good thing they got that SRX in race in last night too. We'll likely be seeing some pit stops under the caution when pit road does open. Not open yet. I would assume next time by it will be open. And the reason why we'll likely be seeing pit stops is because they should be able to make it on field to the end of the stage from now, where they would not have been able to before the caution. They were going to have to pit at some point, and we saw Austin Dillon on pit road maybe trying to split the stage in half because we are about halfway through stage 2. Comment down below if you're enjoying the race so far, excluding how it started with the rain delay and then obviously the incident leading into the rain delay. But since they've gone back to green, how's it been from your guys' side of things? Kevin Harvick leads the entire field on the pit road. 4-tire pit stop and a slight chassis adjustment on the 9 of Chase Elliott. Everybody will likely be taking 4 tires once again right here. Chassis adjustment as well on the 11 of Denny Hamlin. We'll see if Elliott and Blaney can have a better pit stop than what they had last time, and it doesn't look like it. Kevin Harvick will win the race off of pit road once again, just out ahead of Denny Hamlin and then Brad Keselowski. Elliott loses 2 spots again. Blaney loses 4 spots. So Elliott, Blaney, their pit crews letting them down here today. Both pit stops under yellow saw them lose some time on the racetrack. It's got to be tough if you're a fan of the 9 or the 12 like I am. Wearing my Ryan Blaney gear on every Cup Series race day as always. By the way, for those of you wondering, we're about to hit the 3.5 hour mark on the stream, which would already just about tie the longest stream we've ever had on the channel. I would assume our longest stream we've ever had so far would have been a live stream during one of these races. Let me check. Bristol was about 3 hours, 20 minutes. Kansas about 3:20. Coda was 4 hours because we had a rain delay there at the end of the race that we were waiting out to see if they were going to call it. So that one was 4 hours. And they had a rain delay in the middle of it too. So Coda is the longest stream we've ever had on the channel at 4 hours so far, and this one is definitely on pace to topping that, considering that we are only about a half hour to 40 minutes away from breaking that, and we're only about halfway, just shy of halfway before this race. So what led into Ryan Newman spinning Quinn Half? It didn't look like there might have been any intent there. It looked like Half had waved Ryan Newman by, and Newman might not have seen his hand out the window and decided to go to the outside and ran right into the back of Half. Half probably lifted to let him go on the inside, and a little miscommunication there between the driver of the 00 and the driver of the number 6. Kevin Harvick will elect the outside lane on the restart once again. Hamlin down low. Pace car down on the pit road. Green flag in the air. Harvick, another good launch. Hamlin, not as good of a launch on the inside, but a lot better for Hamlin than what it was the last time. Tyler Reddick is going to be the guy to go 3 wide, down towards the back half of the top 10. He's underneath Kurt Busch and Ryan Blaney. Slides up now, still 3 wide down the back straightaway with Cole Custer and Alex Bowman. Eric Almirola inside the top 5. He also was one of those teams that had a very fast pit stop. He's on the inside of Brad Keselowski for 3rd. Drops in line behind him with the 2 Hendrick cars running side by side going into turn 1 of Elliott and Larson. Elliott down underneath the 10. He runs Almirola a little wide, maybe a little contact between the 9 and the 10. They're 3 wide off the exit of the corner with the 5 of Larson underneath them. Chastain with a heavy block on Blaney, and Blaney might have gotten into the back of him further back. Larson with a 3 wide pass to get around Almirola and Elliott after they slid into one another. Larson to 4th. Blaney got around Chastain now to the outside of Christopher Bell after winning stage 1. He's been back in traffic right around 5th or worse after having not only one but now a second slow pit stop from that crew under a caution or a stage break. Elliott Larson continued to battle side by side as Almirola gets back around the 5 of Larson. Chastain got around Bell. He gets back to the inside. Meanwhile, on Blaney, could not get around him. Kurt Busch trying to make a move now on Matt DiBenedetto to get inside the top 10. Oh, and around goes Bubba Wallace. Contact with the 17 of Chris Buescher. Buescher lightly grazes the inside retaining wall, but he's got quite a bit of damage on the right side of his race car. And this will spark our 5th caution of the race. Right front tire flat on the 17 of Chris Buescher. I'm not sure if that was after the contact or before it, but if he blew a right front tire off the exit of the corner, that likely is what led to him getting into Wallace, having both cars spin. Massive hit right now for both of those drivers on the cutoff line. Particularly Chris Buescher was the first driver outside the cutoff line on points. He was 96 points below coming into this race today, and now issues for him. Joey Logano, meanwhile, will get the free pass. He is back on the lead lap after having that 2-lap pit road penalty after servicing the car during the red flag when they were not able to earlier on today. Actually, it looked like Wallace was spinning down the back straightaway before Buescher had gotten to him. And Buescher got a flat tire after locking the tires down, trying to keep it off the inside wall down the back straightaway. Wallace just spun the car trying to get back to the gas. Exactly what we saw from Cody Ware in the first couple laps after the red flag when he had maybe got back at the gas a little too soon off turn 2 and he had spun. Only difference is there was a car underneath Wallace, and that was Buescher. Oh, look, that's what happened. So, yes, Wallace spun off the exit of turn 2. It didn't look like it was all his fault, though. Daniel Suarez kind of chopped him off, and there was contact with the right rear of Suarez pulling up, maybe thinking he was clear, or maybe the spotter called him clear in the 23 of Wallace when he wasn't clear. So 140 laps into the race, even closer to halfway now, we get a caution once again, and Logano again back on the lead lap. Now Austin Dillon, by the way, the caution prior to that when Quinn Houff had gotten some help and had spun from Ryan Newman, when Dillon was on pit road, that actually trapped him a lap down. So he'll try to get back into the free pass. Chris Buescher going a lap down, trying to repair and fix the damage to the right side of his number 17, Fastenal Ford. And again, with all these cautions stacking up, will we run into darkness by the end of this race? Now, I did say that you have about 15 to 20 minutes of daylight after sundown. Sundown's about 8:21 Eastern Standard Time. We had already Googled that during the red flag out of curiosity. Just before halfway. Don't know if this race is going to make it before darkness. Yeah, we are just less than 2 hours away. But what I was going to say with that, too, we have about 15 to 20 minutes extra daylight. The problem is it's an overcast, cloudy day, which means when it gets closer to sundown, it's actually going to look a lot darker before sunset, before sundown actually hits, due to the sun already being behind a bunch of clouds. So it may look very, very dark, maybe closer to an 8 o'clock time versus an 8:45, 8:30 time like we were originally expecting, unless the sun does end up popping through those clouds at some point over the next hour and a half or so. Look out for Eric Almirola to possibly contend for a win today. Again, he finished top 5 last season at New Hampshire, and this is probably the best he has looked in the first half of a cup race all season. Even more so than Nashville when he qualified on the pole and got his first top 5 of the season. He kind of dropped back early, right around 10th or so, and then got the car hooked up on that final run to finish 5th, but this one's a little different. Pace car going to roll onto pit road. Going to go back to green flag here. 41 laps to go in stage 2. Harvick on the outside. Hamlin again on the inside for the restart. And again, Denny Hamlin spins the tires. That'll stack up the Hendrick Chevrolets of Larson and Elliott and Chastain as Chastain makes it 3 wide underneath Elliott and Bell going into the corner now. Hamlin slides up the racetrack nearly 4 wide now with Blaney on the outside and Larson and Chastain underneath. So a slide getting through the Geico restart zone, and then a slide off the exit of turn 2 for Hamlin. Now has the 10 of Almirola fighting him for 3rd. Blaney caught behind the 10 car on the outside, trying to get the run to get by Kyle Larson. Blaney is clear. He's in line behind the 10 for 4th, and Keselowski is going after Harvick for his first lead of the race. Keselowski with a run off the exit of turn 2. He is there. Drives it deep into turn 3. Saw the brake. Brakes were nearly on fire going into the corner. Hey, Keselowski's clear off turn 4. He'll lead for the first time here today. And Harvick, who has dominated stage 2 so far, is now back to 2nd. Huge bunch of traffic right now as Chastain is holding up just a wad of cars. Little bumper to bumper on the inside stacked up that time in the middle of 1 and 2 with Bowman, Custer, Ryan Newman in the mix back there. Like Bell and Chastain might have had a little contact on turn 4, which bunched all that traffic up behind him as they had a big slide, but they hung on. We stay green. Ryan Blaney just made a pass on Chase Elliott for position as well on the restart, getting him to 5th. Again, he battles Almirola, still sitting behind him, but barely behind him for 4th. Hamlin trying to close in now on Kevin Harvick for the lead, who is losing time to new race leader Brad Keselowski. He's about 6 to 7 tenths of a second behind him. Bowman trying to get a run on Kurt Busch. He seems a little bit faster. Kurt might be held up by Christopher Bell just as much as he's holding up the 48. In the midst of holding up everybody behind him, Matt DiBenedetto will sneak to the outside of Bowman for position. Bell now down low to block the run that Bowman had. He had to check up a little bit more because of it. And again, cannot clear the one of Kurt Busch. They're side by side right now for 11th on the racetrack into 1 and 2. Bowman slides in the middle of the corner maybe a little bit. The one slides up as well in process, and DiBenedetto with another big run as Kurt Busch almost slid into the wall off the exit of turn 2. Bowman again drives it in deep into the corner. Kurt Busch chooses the bottom lane now to hold the 48 back after he cleared him off turn 2. DiBenedetto on the outside of Bowman with a run. 21-48 side by side now for 12th. Ryan Blaney has finally made the pass on Almirola, just over 2 seconds off the lead for 4th. And Hamlin now within about 4 tenths of a second of Kevin Harvick for 2nd place. Harvick is nearly a second and a half now off the race leader of Keselowski. Keselowski trying to do what he did at New Hampshire a year ago, and that is win. He led over 150 laps in that race as well. Hamlin a little bit quicker than even Brad Keselowski that last lap, but it's going to depend on how much time it'll take for him to actually pass Harvick once he gets to his back bumper, on whether or not he'll continue to be able to gain time and have a chance to catch Keselowski to get that stage win. We have not seen Hamlin win a stage since the first 9 races of the season. All 5 of his stage wins came in those first 9 races. He leads the regular season standings by 10 points over Kyle Larson coming into the race today, and he did outscore Larson in stage 1 by 3 points, 3 positions. So I guess coming into stage 2, you'd have a 13-point lead. Larson's currently having a good day. He's in the back half of the top 10 with Hamlin up there in 3rd. He may look to gain more points on him here in stage 2 and try to increase that gap. Again, 15 playoff points will be awarded to the regular season champion. Almirola all over the back of Elliott as Elliott finally makes his way around him, but Almirola is not going down without a fight. Side-by-side coverage now during this commercial break for NBC, so I'll still be bringing you guys the commentary currently. You can see the leaderboard on the screen. Top 10 runs down like this. Brad Keselowski with the lead by about 1.5 seconds over Kevin Harvick. 2 seconds off the lead is Denny Hamlin in 3rd. Blaney about 2.5 seconds off the lead in 4th. Bigger gap back to Chase Elliott in 5th. He is about 4.5 seconds off the lead. Eric Almirola 6th. Kyle Larson 7th. Ross Chastain 8th. Tyler Reddick 9th. And Christopher Bell rounds out the top 10. We've had 5 cautions so far today for incident that will not include the stage 1 break. We had a lengthy, just over 1.5 hour rain delay after that rain, or I should say the rain delay was ensued after we had multiple cars spin down in turn 1, including Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr., Alex Bowman, and Ross Chastain. Heavy damage to the 18 and the 19. Kyle Busch is done for the day after that incident. And Martin Truex Jr., although has heavy damage, is still in the race, but he has been running outside the top 15 ever since. Who has Quinn Houff merch? Winval. Winval's got some Quinn Houff merch. He's a big Starcom racing guy. Almirola still not making it easy on the 9 of Chase Elliott. They are battling hard for that 6th position on the racetrack. Blaney continuing to move forward like he did there in stage 1. Lost all that track position with each of the last 2 pit stops, losing 4 and 5 spots in both pit stops. But even with that and maybe some bad launches on the restart, getting stuck behind Hamlin both times, who had spun his tires, he's slowly working his way through the field. He is now up to 3rd. And he's not far behind the 2nd place car of Kevin Harvick now as well. But Keselowski continues to pull away at least from the rest of the field. Comparison lap times between where Keselowski is with his best time and where Blaney is, or I should say with the last lap, between where the 12 and the 2 are. Blaney was a little bit quicker that last lap. Not by much, but he was a little bit quicker. About a 125.331 lap time that last lap as far as speed for Keselowski. Blaney's was a 125.2. But now this lap, as Blaney is trying to get away from Hamlin, Keselowski was a little quicker. So they're trading back and forth. They have very equal cars. Kind of noticed that in stage 1, Blaney just got through the traffic better than Keselowski. Because remember, even though Blaney won stage 1, Keselowski still finished 2nd in the stage, driving up through the field behind him. He had a little bit worse of a starting spot than Blaney did as well, so he had to come from more from behind for more traffic. That could be the 2 drivers battling for the win at the end of the day. Harvick has still looked strong. Obviously, he led a lot of laps, but once the Penske car seemed to get out in front, they're able to really pull away from Harvick and the rest of the field. But the Ford's looking strong. 1, 2, 3, followed by a Toyota and a Chevrolet in the top 5. Eric Almirola slides into turns 3 and 4, trying to pull up on Elliott. He will not clear him off the exit of turn 4, but they are side by side again for 5th. Again, Elliott got around him, but then Eric Almirola has been continuing to try and pass him back lap after lap. Now he's on the inside, can't get there, has to drift in line behind him. A run coming from the 5 of Larson now. He wants in on this 3-way battle now for 5th place. Yeah, you mentioned that the other night, Oni. You also mentioned earlier in the day that you supported me from day 1 and day 1 first stream. I'm assuming you probably meant from like the first stream you've watched, which again I greatly appreciate. Made it seem like you were here from like day one. There wasn't really many people ever here day one, I will say. It's a slow start. It's a YouTube process. But again, I appreciate your support as always, as well as everybody else who likes, shares, watches the streams, subscribes. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already for more daily NASCAR content. We got a live commentary of this New Hampshire race going on right now. 20 laps to go in stage 1. Almirola finally will clear Elliott off turn 2 for position. Elliott drives it in deep, though, back down to the bottom in 3 and 4, but he's a little too far behind to get back inside the 10 of Almirola. Almirola will slip away a little bit more off the exit of 4, and Eric Almirola back inside the top 5 again. It's a pretty cool looking paint scheme for Brad Keselowski this weekend. Very unique to see him in those type of like almost lightning bolt like blue colors, but Really, really good looking race car. Even better when it's out in front of the field and leading. He is now about 2 to 2.1 seconds ahead of Kevin Harvick, who really lost a lot of time that last lap. Harvick seems to be losing the handling of this race car longer into this green flag run. Blaney is now within 0.6 of a second behind him, while still running similar lap times as Keselowski, so he's not really gaining much on him. But it looks like the 12 and the 2 are going to be the ones to beat here in this one. Who's going to have that track position late in the race? And I'd probably lean towards Keselowski right now, considering he has had the better pit crew in today's race especially. And even during a large part of the season, Blaney's pit crew has tended to struggle, costing him a win at Martinsville when he led over 200 laps and won both stages. Probably the biggest aspect of that. Even about 45 laps into the green flag run on a short track, the top 4 are all within 5 seconds of the race lead still. Currently 27 cars on the lead lap. Austin Dillon has shown 2 laps down, so there isn't anybody that is currently 1 lap down, which would mean at the stage break here in about 12 to 13 laps, we will not see anybody get the free pass. Tough break for Dillon. He was in the top 15 earlier, but pitted under that green flag right before Quinn Halfett spun. It trapped him a lap down, but now he's lost another lap during this green flag run as well. Chris Buescher, who had some damage from that last accident, in 29th, he is also lap down. Sorry, the live scoring update for some reason scored those guys 2 laps down. They are 1 lap down. So never mind. Forget what I was talking about. It said it was that they were both 2 laps down, but now it's saying that they're 1 lap down. So there's a little bit of an issue there with the live ticker, but the rest of it should be updated now and ready to go. Christopher Bell fading back a little bit longer into this green flag run. Kurt Busch trying to progress forward. Maybe he saved his tires a little bit more. Both the Chip Ganassi cars inside the top 10, assuming Kurt Busch can make this pass on Bell for 10th. Chastain right in front of him in 9th. Might be able to use that lap car in the 51 as a pick, and he will off the exit of turn 4. He does use the 51 of Cody Ware as a pick to get by Bell. And Matt DiBenedetto closing in as well. He wants a shot to get some stage points. He finished 9th at the end of stage 1. He's currently 12th, but he's right behind the 9th, 10th, and 11th place race cars. Heavy lap traffic around those 9th through 12th place race cars as well. Just got to hope you don't catch those guys right off the exit of a corner, that you could either clear them or just be able to pass and drive them a lot deeper into the corner to get around them there as well. Newman slid off the exit of turn 2, about slid into the outside wall, trying to pick the throttle back up as well. Chastain pulling away from his teammate Kurt Busch a little bit. With Austin Dillon back in 28th place, this could maybe open up the door to gaining quite a few points for both Ross Chastain and Matt DiBenedetto, knowing that they are either inside the top 10 or just outside it. They've already scored both of them stage points today as well. Keselowski continues to slowly pull away in the midst of lap traffic. He's got 6 laps to go now in stage 2 to getting his first stage win of the afternoon, allowing both the Penske cars of Blaney and Keselowski to sweep the stages today at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Still just over 100 laps to go. We'll see if they can beat the darkness here today. They were pacing as if they could have done it after stage 1, but stage 2 running a little bit longer with a few cautions mixed in the middle of it. This would be Keselowski's second stage win of the season if he could hold on for 4 more laps. He's got some pretty heavy lap traffic that's been ahead of him, and Harvick has slowly reeled him back in. He's down to about 1.2 to 1.3 seconds off the lead again. Ryan Blaney also faster than Keselowski here later in the stage, so Brad could be maybe rolling through the corners a lot lighter, knowing he likely has this stage win in the bag, but got to be careful rolling in too lightly, knowing there is still a few laps left and how quickly Harvick is closing in on him. Joey Logano from 2 laps down is up to 16th. We know his teammates are fast and been inside the top 3 for most of the day of Blaney and Keselowski. See if Logano has similar race car. He's had a great battle just to get back to where he's at on the racetrack. Very tough to go from 2 laps down back to the lead lap even. He was able to do it midway through stage 2 with those couple cautions, took a wave around, then got the free pass. And now it's looking like he's going to be able to finish the stage on the lead lap. But no stage points on either stage for Joey, so that'll hurt him in the regular season standings. Well, Kyle Busch, not a great day either, and that's who he's right around in points. And Byron's been outside the top 10 all day. He's right there too. Logano's actually trying to pass Byron for position, currently for 15th as well as they battle. Final lap now is stage 2 for Brad Keselowski. Harvick now within about 0.8 of a second, but he's not quite close enough to be able to make that pass on Bad Brad for the stage win. It's not quite enough time. Too little, too late. So Harvick will not get his first stage win of the season. Off turn 4, green, white, checker flag in the air for the second time today in the Foxwoods Resort Casino 301. Brad Keselowski will win his second stage of the season, first here today at New Hampshire. Kevin Harvick second, Ryan Blaney third, Denny Hamlin fourth, Eric Almirola rounds out the top 5 in stage 2. Chase Elliott sixth, Kyle Larson 7th, Tyler Reddick 8th, Ross Chastain 9th, and Kurt Busch will round out the top 10 in the second stage. Big playoff point for Keselowski. He struggled through most of the middle portion of the season. They've slowly turned it on these last few weekends. And this is only his second stage win of the year. He's only got 1 race win. And he comes into the day 10th in the regular season points. So that would only be 1 more playoff point for his regular season points finish. So this is big for him. Every playoff point goes a long way. And just seeing how deep of a playoff run you might actually have. As long as we don't have very many cautions in the final stage, Trevor, I'm pretty sure that the race will get in before darkness. But if we get a couple more yellows, I know we have one for the stage break coming up here, but I'm talking about like a couple more after this. Then we could start to worry. But if it goes green the rest of the way, they'll be plenty good. Even 1 or 2 more cautions, I think they'll be all right as long as it's not enough to bring out a red flag because of a really bad or harsh accident. Yeah, I think this race will get in before the darkness, though. We still got just over an hour left of daylight, and they have just over 100 laps to go. So about 2/3 of the way through the race. Pit road will be open this time by for the race leaders to come down. I'm sure everybody will pit for 4 fresh tires and fuel right here. I'll tell you what, though, for Ryan Blaney and Chase Elliott coming in 3rd and 6th, they need to have a lot better pit stops than what they've had those first 2 so far in this race. Harvick and Keselowski's pit crews look like 2 of the best. Hamlin's has been on top of their game as well so far. A lot better pit stop that time for the 12 of Blaney. Comes out behind Harvick and Keselowski, but he doesn't lose any spots this time. He'll be 3rd. That's key. Brad Keselowski wins the race off pit road. Remember, he did not have the number 1 pit box. Kyle Busch had the number 1 pit box. Keselowski was number 2. But with Kyle Busch packing bags earlier in this race today, it's almost as if Keselowski has the number 1 spot all of a sudden. He doesn't have to pivot and rotate the car outside. He can drive through that pit box because it's only 1 pit box to drive through. It will not be a penalty unless it's 3 or more. Fastest cars during that run was Ryan Blaney and Brad Keselowski, each running their fastest lap around 150 to 151. Ross Chastain pretty quick during that run as well. Came off pit road in 6th. He gained a couple more spots there. He's been making a couple passes on restarts the last couple times. He's been one of the daredevils, taking it 3 wide, going into the corner each time. So an issue with Denny Hamlin and his pit crew. They have been on it all day long, but it looks like a loose lug nut is going to cause them to pit once again. So all the way from the rear of the field will be Denny Hamlin, and he was also one of the faster cars during that green flag run. Finished 4th at the end of stage 2. Here's what NASCAR has announced. They will race until conditions dictate otherwise. Then NASCAR will announce 10 laps to go in the race. So literally whenever they feel it's dark, they're going to announce 10 to go. I think they'll get this race in if it goes green, and even if they have one or two more cautions, I am positive that they will get the entire race in before darkness. We still have, officially, as of me talking right now, 1 hour and 9 minutes of daylight left. That is until sunset time. Then you have about another 15 to 20 minutes of daylight usually after sunset. So that's going to give these guys almost an hour and a half left, nearly, of daylight. I don't expect them to take an hour and a half to get these final 110 laps in unless we have probably 3 or 4 plus cautions. Green flag back in the air here in New Hampshire. Keselowski on the outside. Blaney on the inside for the restart. Harvick elected the outside right behind the 2. He pushes Keselowski, which actually got the 2 car a little loose as he barrels it into turn 1, but Blaney's already underneath him. Maybe caused a wheel spin for Keselowski, and that hurt Harvick more than what it hurt Keselowski, as Keselowski still clears Blaney off the exit of turn 2, and the 2 fastest cars in the field now battle for the lead. Blaney looking to the inside of Keselowski in 3 and 4, but Brad pinches him off and holds on. Harvick did not take off well. He didn't hit the back of the 2 very hard, so I'm not sure why he is not really gripping up as well as what he did in stage 2. Even on the short run, especially in stage 2, he seemed to be at his best. Maybe holding up the 10 and the 5 behind him, and the 10's not going to want to physically move him, so Larson's going to try to get to the inside of Almirola for 4th. Blaney continues to put the pressure on Keselowski. Brad protects the bottom. Blaney goes a little bit higher. That'll give the 12 car maybe a little bit better drive off turn 2. Still just over 100 laps to go. And over an hour of daylight left. Still plenty of time to get to the end of this race. It'll be a 1 pit stop race to the finish from here as well. Lewis, welcome to the stream. Haven't been here in a while. Hey, thanks though. Thanks for tuning in. Blaney seems to be a little bit better off the exit of turn 4 than what he is the exit of turn 2. That gives him a better drive in turn 1 versus the drive in turn 3. That's where he closes, but Brad is able to kind of pull back away a little bit. These corners might look symmetrical, but it is a little bit wider entry to turn 3 and a wider exit to turn 2 versus the exit of turn 4 a little bit more narrow. Entrance to turn 1 a little bit more narrow as well, not only with the pit wall on the inside, but there's one less groove to the outside wall as well, not just because of the pit wall on the inside. But these two have nearly identical cars. We saw it and talked about it in stage 2 that they were running identical lap times, but it was Keselowski who had the track position. In stage 1 they had identical lap times, but it was Blaney who had the track position. This is the first time we have seen them nose to tail, really being able to battle for the lead all day. And Blaney is pushing hard. You can really see he's using a lot of the brakes right now as he is all over the back of Keselowski off turn 2. Not on him. He's trying to race him clean. They are teammates. Now has the inside lane into turn 3. Keselowski looked like he might have outbraked him on the outside. We'll see if Blaney can clear off the exit of 4. He will. Keselowski maybe going to try a crossover. Not going to get there. Blaney with the run, and Blaney is back out in front for the first time since winning stage 1. Keselowski not going anywhere. Again, these cars are nearly identical throughout this entire race, and Brad now is putting the pressure on Blaney, trying to force him into a mistake. What a battle for the lead with the 2 Penske Fords. Harvick is second off the lead, and third is finally starting to pull away from Almirola and Larson. Joey Logano, meanwhile, is back inside the top 10 after falling 2 laps down during the red flag earlier in the race. Brad finally, meanwhile, got to the inside. Off turn 4, he slides up the track and barely keeps it off the 12 of Blaney. Blaney pinches him down on corner exit and holds him clear off the exit of turn 2. Very tight and close racing between these Penske teammates. one of which we know is not coming back next season, and that would be the two of Keselowski. They are putting it on the line here. Harvick closing in just a slight bit, down to about 9/10 of a second with how hard these two are running their cars. Early in the run, Keselowski moves Blaney. He got into the left rear of Blaney off turn 2, a little bump and run, but he still wasn't able to get around him. How did Blaney hold on to the race lead? Brad getting desperate. He sees the 4 of Harvick closing in, and now Harvick's within about 3 car lengths of second place Keselowski. No contact around the left rear tire fender. The fender is not caved in on the 12 of Blaney, so you won't have to worry about a tire rub. Same goes for the right front of Brad Keselowski's car. And not only Harvick is closing in, but how about Eric Almirola closing in 4th place within a second of the lead? Going side-by-side coverage right now, so our live commentary continues. Just less than 100 laps to go. Ryan Blaney leads at New Hampshire with 3 Fords behind him of Keselowski, Harvick, and Almirola. Larson starting to close back in 5th as well. Intense action here to start the final stage. Keselowski still keeps the pressure on Blaney. There is a couple car lengths between them. Brad on the outside, Blaney to the bottom that time. Harvick and Almirola down to the inside as well. Brad, the only one that went to the top that time through 3 and 4, but he gained a ton of time doing it. Blaney saw that. He'll give Brad the inside in 1 and 2. Blaney on the outside blocks Keselowski off the exit of turn 2, holds him behind him, but Brad has a run while he tried to outdrive him into 3. He outbrakes him going into the corner. That might give Blaney the run on corner exit, but Brad ran just a tad bit higher. Blaney chose to diamond cut the corner off. Keselowski tries to get to the outside. Blaney shuts the door, and a crossover by Brad. He'll get to the inside going into the corner. Maybe a little payback with a block after Keselowski got into the rear of Blaney a couple laps prior. Now he gets into him again. Another little bump and run. Keselowski on the inside of the 12 of Blaney, side by side for the lead into 3. Drives it in deep. He'll slide up in front of the 12. Blaney's going to try a crossover off turn 4. Beats him back to the gas. What a heck of a battle between the Penske Fords. Blaney leads at the line. He's got a half a car length out in front of Keselowski on the inside. Brad on the outside should get the run on corner exit, but will Blaney clear before that? He will. Blaney's clear. Now Brad with another crossover himself, and how much of their brakes and their tires are they using early in the run that might allow Harvick and Almirola to close in and be able to surpass those two Penske cars that are really going hard for the race lead. Brad to the bottom, Blaney to the top. Again, these two have absolutely identical cars all day long, and this is one of the funnest battles for the lead I think we have seen all season, considering it has lasted nearly 30 laps to start this green flag run. The intensity has picked in. Both drivers only have 1 win this season, so they want all the playoff points they could get, with the playoffs starting in another 4 races after the checker flag flies tonight. Keselowski into the back of Blaney in the center of the corner. Keselowski hard into the corner. Really pushed Blaney up the track, and they're side by side again into turn 1. I think Blaney might have checked up way more than Brad assumed he would. It's the second time that Keselowski has gotten into the left rear or the back of Blaney, and both times Blaney holds on to the lead. Those brakes are looking hot on the 12 of Blaney right now. He might be burning the brakes up. You don't want to do that this early into a run. Still 90 laps to go. And Harvick is within a half a second. Brad knows he needs to get around Blaney because Harvick might be able to get around Brad. Keselowski with another big run down the backstretch. Into turn 3. Identical lines by the 2 and the 12 that time. A little bit better drive off for Keselowski. He ducks low. Blaney gets a little bit of a run, though, off the high side. Brad side drafts him down the front straightaway. What a heck of a battle, and one of the best battles for the lead we've seen at New Hampshire in quite some time. Despite the fact we have had some great races here the last few seasons, but these two are really going at it, considering they are teammates. You wouldn't you were new to NASCAR, you wouldn't think that they're teammates with how hard and aggressive they're racing, the bumper being used multiple times. But Harvick again is closing in, who has probably saved his tires a lot more, you'd have to assume, than the 2 and the 12. Keselowski a little loose on corner entry that time. Blaney gaps him in turns 1 and 2, and Harvick closes in on Keselowski. Lap traffic will come into play in a couple laps. Starting to drive away finally, from Keselowski. But knowing these guys are equal, it's who really used their equipment up that early in the run. We still have one more pit stop to the end of the race. Almirola still within a 1.2 second gap of race leader Blaney. He's just got 3 cars in between him. 2 in between him, I guess, technically, out of Keselowski and Harvick. And Harvick is now battling Keselowski. Tyler Reddick looks like he might have an issue and a tire going down. He is very squirrely going into turn 1. I guess he just got out of the groove and up into the marbles per se, so he's just trying to clean the tires of the race car here middle of the run. That has allowed Bowman to close in on him. They battle for 9th place right now on the racetrack, but DiBenedetto right behind them. Reddick with a little bit of a slide in the middle of 1 and 2, and Bowman right there. Harvick still has not gotten around Keselowski. Brad has fallen about 0.6 of a second behind the race leader, Ryan Blaney. Almirola still within about 1.2 to 1.3 seconds of the lead. Almirola, the only one of these 3 drivers below the cutoff line and well below it. Almirola needs a win to get into the playoffs. You don't want to wait until that regular season finale at Daytona. And this is the best shot Almirola's had to win all season long. You know he's going to try to do what he can. In a more desperate situation than anybody else inside the top 5. Even 6th back there. Bell's got a win already this year, and he's in 6th place. Even to split the stage in half, we have about 25 to 30 more laps to get there. If teams are going to try to split it in half, we'll have to just wait and see what the pit strategy will look like to the end of this race. Darkness was considered an issue again, but if they go caution-free to the end of this race, they will have no problem getting these final 85 laps in. We still have right around an hour of daylight left. 56 minutes until sundown. And you can get about 2 laps in a minute here at New Hampshire. With 85 to go, that's about 45 minutes or so. So they could probably get through 1 or 2 more cautions and still get to the end no problem. Almirola on the inside of Harvick as they're side by side into turn 3 for 3rd. Almirola drives it in extremely deep underneath Harvick. Can he clear him? He will. Almirola up to 3rd, and he's trying to run down the leaders. Almost slid into the wall off turn 4 as well. Couple lap cars got in the way of Keselowski. He lost more time to Blaney. These cars have been slipping and sliding around this track all day, even after the rain has went away. These guys are putting on a show pretty much this entire race here at New Hampshire, but since this final stage has picked up, the intensity has picked up so much more than what we've seen it all throughout to this point. honestly thought in the predictions video this would be more of a Toyota-dominated race, and I expected Chevy to take a step back in this one, but I wasn't expecting Ford to be the team to step up to the occasion, but they have Fords running 1 through 4 on the racetrack. Logano from 2 laps down is up to 7th. If he has an equal car, just like Blaney and Keselowski does, as far as the Penske Fords are considered, can Logano contend for a win if we get another caution to bunch things back up? What a just quiet but great day Logano has had, considering, again, he was 2 laps down until the end of stage 1. Wow, Bowman all 4 tires below the apron, almost to the commitment line, trying to get around Tyler Reddick in 3 and 4. With doing that, he might have had to lift. Plus, he caught the exit of the corner with Anthony Alfredo, the lab car on the outside. DiBenedetto tries to slide up the racetrack and maybe get the runoff corner exit on the 48. He does have a run. He'll look to the inside as they battle for 10. NBC going side-by-side coverage currently once again, so the live commentary continues. Again, 1 pit stop away from the finish of the race. Just 76 laps to go at the start-finish line this time by. DiBenedetto is down low on Bowman, and a little contact through turns 1 and 2 as DiBenedetto slid up the track with Bowman trying to pinch him down. Still side by side into turn 3. Bowman gives him a lot more room this time around, and DiBenedetto will clear him off the exit of the corner. Bowman maybe going to try to undercut and cross him over. Can't get the run he needed to do so. DiBenedetto back inside the top 10. Another Ford inside the top 10 in today's race. All 3 Penske Fords, including the affiliated Wood Brothers Ford, are inside the top 10. 2 Stuart Haas Fords inside the top 10 as well. Only Toyota inside the top 10 is Christopher Bell in 6th. Who would have thought that today? Look at those brakes, still glowing since the first 20 laps in that epic battle with Brad Keselowski for the race lead. Will those brakes hold on for 75 more laps? They will have a little bit of cooling time on pit road, but that's going to be about it. It's going to be close to darkness. They're talking about it, but it won't be as close as what I feel like they're leading on to darkness. Again, sunset is scheduled for 8:21 Eastern Standard Time, and then you got about 15 to 20 minutes of daylight after sunset, so there should be no issue. They still have about an hour, maybe a little less than an hour of daylight left. Only 73 laps to go. They'll get it in. Yeah, I think they can make it too. Even if they get 1 or 2 cautions, they'll make it. If they get 3 or more cautions, I don't know if they're going to make it. But 2 or less, I think they'll be all right. One guy who does not want to see a caution right now is Ryan Blaney. He has extended his lead over Keselowski to about 1.1 seconds very gradually. Brad maybe used up a little bit more of his equipment battling battling Blaney for the lead there on that last restart. Harvick is starting to lose more ground during this run, similar to what we saw about this point in stage 2, about 30 to 40 laps plus into a green flag run. He wasn't able to keep up with the Penske Fords. Almirola is somewhat keeping up with him still, at least on pace, in third, as he's about 2 full seconds ahead of fourth place Kevin Harvick. How big of a win would this be for not only Almirola, but to shake up the points battle even more? Reddick and Dillon, who had 96 and 108 points above the cutoff line coming into the race. This would be a much bigger upset on the playoff cut line than what Kurt Busch winning last week was. And knowing we still have Daytona and 2 more road course races, who's to say we won't get a couple more wild card winners before the end of the regular season when the checker flag does fly at Daytona in that race. Almirola is only within 2 to 3 car lengths behind Brad Keselowski for second place, and probably saved his tires better than anybody else at the start of this green flag run. He's about 1.3 seconds off the lead. A few laps ago, it was 1.6. Everybody's brakes are glowing, though, right now. It is full send mode for these final 68 laps now. But knowing we are still 1 pit stop away from the finish, and Blaney's pit crew has not been that great today, what is that going to say for him? Blaney lost in his first 2 of 3. Again, they've only pitted 3 times a day, but in the first 2 pit stops, they lost 4 spots and 5 spots on pit road. They need a clean stop. Yes, they have a 1.3, 1.4 second lead, but if they have that kind of a slow pit stop again, the 2 or the 10 could definitely cycle ahead of them with where they're at on the track right now. Keselowski's really holding up Almirola, though, and they're back to about 1.5 seconds off the lead. Maybe trying to protect for his teammate now that he is not able to keep up the pace with the 12. Crossover now. Started a high exit to turn 2, a low entry into 3 for Almirola. He's inside of Keselowski for second. Will he clear him? No. Keselowski easily beats him back to the gas and got a great drive off turn 4. Lap car coming up. Both cars got to go to the inside. Almirola maybe slid up the track a little too much, almost into the side of the lap car of Garrett Smithley. Again, Almirola on the inside of Keselowski off turn 4. He'll make the dive-on move into 1. Keselowski slides the tires on corner entry as Almirola slides up the racetrack. Crossover by Brad down low. Clean pass for Eric Almirola. He's up to second. 65 to go. 1.3 seconds off the lead. And closing is Eric Almirola. Can he run down the 12 of Blaney before green flag pit stops? If they pit at the halfway mark, we're only 5 to about 15 laps away from seeing those green flag stops. They could probably go another 20 laps beyond that point on fuel. And if Almirola pits maybe a lap before Blaney as well, that could gain him a ton of time, obviously risking there being no yellow. As we saw for Austin Dillon, how crucial that was for him. He got trapped a lap down for over half the race after pitting under green in stage number 2 and getting a caution in the middle of him being on pit road and trapped in that lap down. He is back inside the top 20 on the lead lap, currently in 20th, but obviously when he was running right around 12th before that, it's definitely a big setback, especially if Almirola goes to victory lane. That would put Austin Dillon outside the cut line, or at least right on it. Either him or Reddick are going to be there. Reddick is outrunning him all day today. So there's a good chance Dillon would actually be below the cutoff line if Almirola could win. and he continues to run down Ryan Blaney. He's within 0.7 of a second now at the line. He has gained 0.6 of a second over the last 4 laps on the 12 of Blaney since getting around Keselowski. And Keselowski's been a little bit faster than Blaney these last couple laps as well. Lap traffic may be hindering the 12. And guess who now has just joined the top 5 as well? Kyle Larson has made a pass on, or sorry, no, Larson wasn't 5th. Bell is trying to make the pass on Larson for position. Almirola is driving the wheels off that race car in the best race he has ran by far all season long. He has now put the pressure on Blaney. He's 0.3 of a second behind him going into 3 for the lead. Got caught behind a lap car, Cody Ware that time. Will lose a tad bit more time in the corner. But now Michael McDowell's in front of the 12 of Blaney, so it's give or take in the lap traffic. Almirola that last lap was about 0.1 of a second quicker than Blaney. The lap before, he was 0.3 of a second quicker. And he is all over the back of Blaney off turn 2. A run now. Down the back straightaway for Almirola as he battles for the lead with 60 to go. Trying to get the win to put himself in the playoffs. It has been a terrible season for Almirola, to say the least. Blaney has used his car up early in the run, as well as Keselowski, giving the 10 of Almirola the run late. Lap car of McDowell on the way. Both cars got to go to the bottom. Almirola didn't follow him. He actually went to the high side, got caught himself behind the 34 of McDowell, buying Blaney maybe another lap or so. Eric down low, Blaney on the high side, slides the tires in the center of the corner. Almirola's there on corner exit, side by side for the lead, and now Blaney clear off turn 2 with a better drive. Crowd is going nuts at New Hampshire right now. Every time they pass the start-finish line, he could see people pumping their fists. They are loving this battle for the lead. Blaney gets a little loose, now tries to pinch Almirola down off turn 2. Almirola's car's just got a lot more stick to it than the 12 of Blaney at this point. He uses it to his advantage and drives it deep into 3. Almirola again cannot clear Blaney, has to fall in line behind him. Now Almirola does seem to be a little bit better in 1 and 2 than 3 and 4. Maybe his best chance is to set him up in 3 and 4 and go for the pass in 1 and 2 versus what he's doing now. He's trying to set him up in 1 and 2 and pass him in 3 and 4 in the tighter exit corner. Blaney's giving him the bottom so he can get the run off the top, and that has helped the 12 car stay out in front. Almirola loose, trying to get back to the gas off 4. Blaney gaps him again. Both cars sliding up the track, but the 12 is sliding even more. Almirola off the exit is going to get to the inside of Blaney. This might be the run he needs to get around him. Half a car length down in front into turn 3. Drives it in deep again. Blaney going to try to back the corner up and maybe get the drive off, but he doesn't have the grip in the tires to do so. And Eric Almirola, with 55 laps to go, takes his first lead of the race. Tim Irvin, welcome to the stream. No NASCAR Heat 5 tonight, unfortunately, with the rain delay, and that was through into the race here today. There is no way we are going to be able to get that cup race in with it being a 500-miler. So a doubleheader tomorrow with NASCAR video game action, NASCAR 05 early in the afternoon, and then we'll run the NASCAR Heat 5 career mode race at Darlington later on in the night. Chase Elliott will be the first lead lap car to hit pit road with 54 laps to go. Quickly, Almirola is pulling away from Blaney. Keselowski now is within about 0.4 of a second of the 12, once again for second place. And if you are Keselowski and Blaney, I think you have to pit now, beat the 10 car onto pit road, knowing you have a better short run car than them as well. Keselowski coming into the pits. He'll be the first of the top 3 to make it. Late dive to pit road for him as he kind of smoked the tires getting on. Hopefully he didn't have a speeding penalty. Blaney and Almirola better pit this time or they're going to be losing time to the 2 of Keselowski, already 1 lap behind. We'll see if Blaney comes into the pits this time. They will not. More cars head to pit road. Lap down, lead lap, doesn't matter. We are in the cycling of green flag pit stops. Harvick, Bell, Logano, Larson, all in that time while Blaney and Almirola are still on the racetrack. Very surprised they're taking it 2+ laps longer now. Blaney already a second and a half off the race lead of Almirola after only getting past 4 laps ago. Blaney and Almirola in this time, 2 laps after the third place car, who was only a second off the lead of Keselowski, had pit. Blaney's pit crew has not been on their A game at all day today, but they need to be here. No mistakes if they want a shot to win this race. Same goes for the 10 of Almirola, who had the lead coming into the pit stops. This is make or break for possibly Almirola's chances to make the playoffs. Fast pit stop by the 12, an even faster one by the 10 of Almirola. Where will Keselowski be off the exit of turn 4? And it doesn't look like, even pitting 2 laps before, Keselowski is not going to catch Almirola. Blaney with a much slower stop than the 10 and the 2. Keselowski will cycle to second, Blaney back to third. Once everything does cycle through. Chastain, DiBenedetto, Byron currently 1 through 3. The top 6 cars still have to pit. Now LaJoie's coming in. So Chastain, DiBenedetto, Byron, Wallace, and Briscoe, the top 5 still have to pit. 50 laps to go at New Hampshire. And now we'll see if Brad can run down Almirola. He's better on the shorter run. And if they use their cars up too much, that could lead Blaney to be in the same position Almirola was before the pit stops. What a battle between these 3 for the lead in this final stage. And quickly, Keselowski, they might have made an adjustment change or something, because he has ran down the 10 car with ease. And they're side by side for the eventual race lead. Keselowski's clear in 1 and 2. He slides up the track in front of Almirola, who can't get the grip he needed on corner exit. Keselowski to 6th, but what will eventually be the race lead when everything cycles through. A lot of lap cars in front of the 2 of Keselowski. Oh no, LaJoie! Outbrakes the corner. He almost puts the car in the outside wall. LaJoie rather, almost got into the outside wall in front of the leaders in 1 and 2. One of the drivers had just pit. He's on cold tires. Almirola trying to push to the back of the 2 of Keselowski. Blaney needs these guys to start battling if he wants to catch up, about 2 seconds behind him. 45 to go this time by. Heavy lap traffic. Chris Buescher, Bubba Wallace right in front of the leaders. Keselowski gets around them both. Almirola caught him in a little bit worse spot. May have had to lift a little bit more. He couldn't clear Wallace. That's going to help save Brad maybe a little bit more time as well. So who could get through the lap traffic better at this point? Blaney is really struggling in the lap traffic. He is losing more time than both the 2 and the 10. Let's go Blaney indeed, Tim. Let's go. Almirola maybe a little bit better grip in the middle of 1 and 2. He ran a much higher line, and it looked like he didn't slide the tires as much as Keselowski did. Keselowski hugged that white line down on the inside. Again, Brad goes low. Almirola starts in the middle, diamonds the corner off, and closes on Keselowski off the exit of turn 4. Almirola a little bit faster that last lap, 43 to go. And just a highly intense battle this entire stage. Almirola's there. A trip to the playoffs on the line. He's on the outside of Keselowski off turn 2. Brad did not shut the door. Side by side into 3 with 43 to go for the lead. Brad slips in the center of the corner on the bottom, and Almirola is back out in front off turn 4. Trying to win his 3rd career race, his first on a non-super speedway, and what has been an abysmal season to say the least. What a miracle win that this could be for the 10 team and for Stewart-Haas Racing as a whole, really. Who would have thought Almirola would be the first of those guys to maybe go to victory lane? The brakes are glowing, and these guys are pushing harder than ever. With 41 laps left, Byron and DiBenedetto still have to pit in front of these guys. Currently only 12 cars on the lead lap because of it. What a wild 2021 season this has been, with all the parity we had at the very beginning of the year. Then things kind of started to settle down a little bit until Kurt Busch won last week at Atlanta. And now with the pressure on here with Almirola leading with about 40 to go at New Hampshire, trying to just completely destroy that playoff cut line. NBC currently on the side-by-side coverage, so we'll stick with the live commentary. Run down to the top 10 as we run. Again, the top 2 have not pitted. Matt DiBenedetto, William Byron have not pit. Then you got Eric Almirola, Brad Keselowski, Christopher Bell, Ryan Blaney, Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano, Kyle Larson, Bubba Wallace, who has to pit yet as well, rounding out the top 10. I believe Christopher Bell already pit and has actually driven past Blaney at the beginning part of this run. Again, mentioned the 12 was struggling in the lap traffic after coming off the pit lane. He's now 3 seconds behind Almirola. And Almirola is pulling away right now from Keselowski. He's about a full second ahead of him already. He'll make the pass on William Byron into turn 1 for 2nd place on the racetrack. We'll see if we stay green to the end of this race as well. In the final 40 laps, we have some drivers on extremely old tires out there. This is a wild card indeed, Oni. The upset special of the season could perhaps be on the line right here. All Almirola needs to do is hold on for another 35 laps at New Hampshire. And hope it stays green. He's going to need a little luck with that as well. DRG hoping his boy Matty D can maybe get the big win with a great strategy call if he can. He has had a fast car. He's been right around 10th, if not better, most of this race. And Christopher Bell might be the guy to watch on the racetrack right now. He already ran down Blaney. He is all over Keselowski for 2nd place. Bell inside of Keselowski, side by side for 2nd, now drops in line behind him, and Bell might be the fastest car on the racetrack. Where did he come from? Bell again to the inside of Keselowski, side by side for second into one. Bell aggressively tries to dive into the corner, slides up the track. Can't clear Keselowski again this time, and this is allowing Almirola to maybe pull away a little bit more, knowing the 20 might be the fastest car on the racetrack. .31 laps to go. Again, Matt DiBenedetto out in front, hoping for a caution to give himself maybe 20 to 30 lap pressure tires and a restart. I mean, he would have to restart outside the top 10 unless everybody comes to pit road. Then if everybody comes into the pits, he might be sitting pretty well, but he's really banking on a caution at this point. Otherwise, it'll be Eric Almirola cycling to the lead with less than 30 laps to go. Bell trying to run him down after passing both the Penske cars who have dominated the day of Keselowski and Blaney. Bell and Almirola have really turned it on in the final 60 laps of this race. Benedetto about a full second a lap slower than the two fastest on the track right now of Almirola and Bell. Remember, Bell won the Xfinity race at New Hampshire yesterday. He might be able to pull off the sweep. About a 2-second difference still between Almirola and Bell, which is equal compared to when Keselowski got passed by Bell. It was at 2 seconds. That last lap, about 0.06 of a second quicker for Christopher Bell, but he might have to pick up the pace a little bit more to catch up 2 seconds within there. I think Blaney and Keselowski went the wrong way on their adjustments on this final stop because they do not look nearly as fast as they did. Blaney now is about to get passed by Kevin Harvick for 4th place now that Matt DiBenedetto has finally made the trip down to pit road. He could not go any further on fuel. Blaney slides up the track. Harvick cannot stay on the corner panel that time. Now, that last lap, Eric Almirola was a little bit quicker than Christopher Bell that time after Bell was closing in a few laps before. I don't really like that strategy for DiBenedetto because he was inside the top 10. Now he's back to 15th by the time he cycles off of pit road. The lap pressure tires maybe try to run down a little bit more that time. William Byron also in the pits. He still had to pit. He was on the same strategy as DiBenedetto, but about 13 seconds behind him. 1.9 is the difference at the start-finish line that last time by 25 laps to go. Almirola again quicker that last lap than Bell. Brakes have been glowing this entire stage, especially even really since the end of stage 2. We saw a wild finish earlier this season at Pocono with Larson blowing a tire in the final lap of the last corner. What if one of these front runners have a brake failure? as we get later and later into this race. Bell a lot quicker than Almirola that last lap. The lead's down to 1.7 seconds, still 23 to go. Bell was a full 10th quicker that last lap than the 10 of Almirola. Heavy on the brakes now in a side-by-side battle for fourth further back between Ryan Blaney and Kevin Harvick. Blaney again clears Harvick with the drive off. Man, it is really getting dark there. You can really tell because you can see the neon lights glowing like crazy. They've got to be the brightest thing on the racetrack right now. .6 seconds is now the difference. Again, Bell another 10th of a second quicker that last lap. So he's gained 0.2 of a second in the last 2 laps combined. Logano now is starting to join the battle with the 4 and the 12. After being 2 laps down earlier in the race. .20 to go. For Eric Almirola, Bell again a 10th of a second quicker that last lap. So each of the last 3 laps, Bell's been a 10th of a second quicker than Almirola. With that pace, he will catch him with about 5 or 6 to go. Almirola's either going to have to pick it up or somehow Bell's pace is going to have to start dropping off. Harvick failed to make the pass on Blaney. Logano's going to get to the outside of Harvick now for position. They're side by side for 5th. And actually, Logano clears Harvick before even getting into turn 1 on the outside. Almirola is losing his lead. 0.3 of a second gain the last 2 laps for Christopher Bell. 10 laps to go now, decided by NASCAR due to darkness. With 18 laps to go, now down to 10, just like that. And no overtime attempts. So if we get a caution, the race will likely be over at this point. Hopefully the fans in attendance know. They're not thinking that there's still 17 laps to go. I would assume that they might be aware of the situation. Almirola a little bit quicker than Bell that last lap. 9 to go all of a sudden. That's what Almirola needed because Bell was slowly closing in on him. Lap after lap. And now Bell's got about 8 less laps than what he originally would have had. Not going to matter if he can't close in on him anymore. They were almost identical in lap times that last lap between the top 2. Blaney still somehow holding on to 4th on his teammate Logano and Kevin Harvick in 6th. No Chevrolets in the top 6. The only Toyota in the top 6 is Christopher Bell, who's trying to run down Almirola for the win. Almirola trying to get around Dillon, and Dillon, remember, wants to block the 10 of Almirola. Because if Almirola wins, Dillon will be below the cutoff line. So he wants to block Almirola and hope Bell can run him down and win the race. Bell has a win this season. He's already locked in. And this is not what Eric Almirola wanted to see late. He may have to put the bumper to Austin Dillon here pretty soon. Dillon protecting the bottom. Almirola on the outside. Going to get the run off turn 4. Bell is now less than a second off the lead with 6 to go. Dillon is holding up Almirola, trying to keep his playoff hopes alive. Almirola closes on the back bumper of the 3. Bell is now only about 5 car lengths behind down the back straightaway. Almirola is losing time because of Austin Dillon. He finally might get to the outside of Dillon. No, he still can't get to his outside. 5 to go at the line for Almirola. Got the run off the exit of the corner. Now he'll make the dive bomb move to the inside of Austin Dillon. He's pushing hard to try and get around him. He almost slides up into Austin Dillon. There's the opening there for Christopher Bell. He'll gain a little bit more time now in turns 1 and 2. Lead is cut down to about 0.6 of a second now between the 20 and the 10. 4 to go at the line. Now Almirola's got Kurt Busch in the way. Kurt Busch, last car in the lead lap. He's in the playoffs. He might be a little bit more lenient, but Almirola still has to get around him quick. Busch is just going to drop to the bottom. He'll give Almirola the outside. He'll likely give Bell the outside as well in the corner. Bell's not quite close enough to make the move yet, but he drove it in deep still. Bell and Almirola even each of these last 2 laps since Almirola got around Dillon. 3 laps to go. 1 more lap car in front of the 10. Maybe 2. 2 more lap cars in front of the 10. Bell finally gets around Kurt Busch off turn 2. Took him a little bit of time. Helpful for the 10 of Almirola. 2 laps to go, this time by. Almirola slid up the track a little bit in turns 1 and 2. Maybe overdrove the corner a slight bit. He is pushing hard. Still faster than Christopher Bell that prior lap. Bell was able to gain about another 10th or 2 that last lap as well. Almirola has those rear rotors glowing just as much as the fronts now. He is using every bit of that race car. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go for Eric Almirola. He's got about 5 to 6 car lengths back to second place Christopher Bell. Bell is trying to run him down to get his 2nd career win. Almirola looking for his 3rd career win, but most importantly, a trip into the playoffs here in 2021. What was a down season for Eric Almirola has turned around. He has not won in 3 years. Eric Almirola has pulled off the upset of the season. He wins at New Hampshire. Christopher Bell comes home a close 2nd. What a miracle finish and a miracle race for Eric Almirola, stealing the show late on speed nonetheless. What adjustments they made going into the final stage to get this car where they needed. It ran green all the way through the final stage. He outran the Penske Fords. He outran the Joe Gibbs Toyota. An upset special, to say the least. Sensi DuBois, welcome to the stream. Holy cow. Indeed, Patrick. Eric Almirola. Unbelievable. That is awesome. And that just goes to show the competitiveness in the sport of NASCAR. That even a team 27th in points can go out there and win on any given weekend. This is a short track. This is a 1 mile short track in Almirola. Not a super speedway, a short track. And Almirola did the unthinkable. What a race. What a final stage. Between the battle between Blaney and Keselowski, then Almirola thrown in the mix, and then the battle late between Bell and Almirola. What a win. And again, it has been 3 years, nearly 3 full calendar years since Eric Almirola's last win in the NASCAR Cup Series. His first on a non-super speedway. And he stole the show, to say the least, here today. Got some chills going down the back of my spine right now. If I was lying to you, they got the race in. They had to shorten it 8 laps due to darkness, but didn't really hinder the finish, I don't think. Yes, it was 8 less laps that Bell had to catch Almirola, but they were pretty even those last 10 laps when it got put to 10 to go as well. And we will give you guys a listen to the post-race interview with Eric Almirola when it comes, as he stands out of his car right now, both hands in the air, and a standing ovation from the crowd on the front stretch here at New Hampshire. Bad luck no more. Eric Almirola is in the 2021 playoffs. And if you thought there wasn't a race around the cut line after last week with Kurt Busch winning at Atlanta, think again. Because Austin Dillon, who has been in the top 12 in points almost all year, is now below the cutoff line. And here is Eric Almirola's interview.
To find time to win the first ever non-super speedway win. He gets it here at New Hampshire. Man, incredible, Eric. Honestly, did you see that performance coming this morning?
Honestly, I did. This is by far one of my favorite racetracks. I love coming up to the New England area and racing. I love this racetrack. I had this race won a couple years ago, and I gave it away. I lost it. And I am so glad to win a race here with this race team. God is so good, man. We've been through so much, and I've just stood the test and kept the faith. The team, everybody, they've just been working so hard. Smithfield, Ford, Go Bowling, Pit Boss Grills, everybody, Honey Singer, Shady Ray Sunglasses. There's been so many people that have just continued to support us through like the crappiest year ever. And man, this feels so good for them. My pit crew did a phenomenal job on pit road. All the guys that work on this car, they just keep fighting. They just keep digging, bringing the best race car they can bring every week. And it is no doubt we have struggled, but guess what? We're going playoff racing.
Hey, how about those last 50 laps? Maybe the hardest you've driven in your career because you had to beat Ryan Blaney, Brad Keselowski, and at the end, Christopher Bell.
Yeah, that's what a race car driver lives for. And for so long, I've been so close to winning at some of these racetracks like here, Dover, and I've let it slip away. And I've honestly hated it, and my wife has hated it worse than I have. She's always told me, she's like, honey, I want you to win so badly at somewhere other than a restrictor plate racetrack. And we did it today, and gosh, I'm just so proud of everybody at Stewart Haas Racing, Roush Yates Engine Shop. We have been fighting, scratching, clawing, and man, this feels so good to have something pay off for all the hard work. So just really happy. Man, this means so much. It's hard to explain it, but I love coming up here to New England. You fans are awesome in this area.
Living it up with the fans. He has a checkered flag to collect and also an invite to the 2021 playoffs. How about that, Junior?
Love it, man. Love to see the excitement. Love to see the drivers get the checkered flag.
Unbelievable. Eric Almirola has won at New Hampshire and the Foxwoods Resort Casino 301. I guess it was the Foxwoods Resort Casino 293 today because they were 8 laps shy of the original finish of this race, shortened due to darkness. But at least they got the race in nonetheless. And now the current cut line, Tyler Reddick is the last driver in on points by only 5 points on his teammate, Austin Dillon. So the two RCR cars going to go head-to-head. Harvick only 82 points above the cutoff line now because of his teammate winning here today. Here's Christopher Bell's interview.
Called up with Christopher Bell.
Man, and it was a valiant effort. Almost had the weekend sweep. Won the Xfinity Series race yesterday, and just a couple laps short today. Had it gone the distance, do you feel like you had a shot at him?
Yeah, I didn't know how many laps they cut it short, but definitely whenever I saw the board and saw that we were 8 laps short, it stings, man, because I feel like I was probably had a little bit better pace than him, and I was able to get to him. I know lap cars were giving him a bad time, but I was able to get to him. It was going to be a heck of a race, but really proud of everyone on this Ream Pristine Auction Camry. They did really good. You know, everyone on this 20 group, we didn't start out the greatest, and then we were really good, but the best we were all day right there at the end of the race. So that's all you can ask for is to have a shot at it, and yeah, I just wish we had 8 more laps.
Well, and we watched you all weekend. I mean, your car was working, it seemed like, everywhere. So, I mean, where do you feel like you were better even than these Penske Fords that were so strong throughout the day?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I fought a little bit of everything, and, you know, I was a little loose in, a little loose off. I felt like my car cut the center probably better than theirs, and that's where my speed was. So, yeah, I'm happy for Eric. You know, that's cool for him to win. He's been close a couple times, so building on our program, too. So hopefully we can knock off a couple more wins here soon.
I guess it's a good day if you're disappointed with second, right? Christopher Bell almost had him, but he'll have to settle for the runner-up spot today.
Yeah, I know Christopher would love to have seen this race finish out, but I don't know if he had the pace for this guy. Catching him is one thing, and passing him is another, guys. We know this place is tough to pass.
Well, you always, as a driver, think, man, what if, right? I don't bring Christopher Bell. I think Christopher Bell was a little bit faster, but still quite a ways away to go get him.
And I think NASCAR had to make that decision because what if a yellow comes out that takes 6 or 8 minutes?
Exactly.
In the closing laps, it got very dark, right? If you get a caution with 11 or 12 to go, can they change it then? They at least made the decision under green after everybody pitted. So I think it was the right decision. Couldn't be happier. Nice guy, deserves the win. He's put in so much work.
Well, we had it all today. A lot of drama early on with the wet racetrack. We had guys sliding all over the place. Stage winners, Blaney, Kevin Harvick, we had Brad Keselowski up front, all the players. But we had a big upset when it came down to it. Eric Almirola took it. Coming up next, Premier Lacrosse League All-Star Game from San Jose, California.
Sorry, I got sidetracked there for a second.
Get some hotcakes and
from the actual race. But NBC going off the air now, of course, running well past their scheduled start time. I've got a WWE pay-per-view to catch here tonight as well. And again, hopefully you guys enjoyed this race so far tonight. You're seeing 1 million screens on your channel all of a sudden. Actually, we'll go through the finishing results real quick. Eric Almirola, P1. Christopher Bell finishes second. Brad Keselowski, third. Joey Logano, fourth. Ryan Blaney rounds out the top 5. All 3 Penske cars run inside the top 5. Even Logano coming back from 2 laps down to finish fourth. Great resilience for him today. Kevin Harvick, sixth. He ran up front there for a little bit, leading more laps today than what he's led all season combined. Kyle Larson, seventh. Ross Chastain, 8th place. As mentioned, I said if there was going to be a Chip Ganassi car to finish in the top 10 today, it would not be Kurt Busch. It would be Ross Chastain, and it was Chastain. Bowman finishes 9th, and Denny Hamlin will round out the top 10. 15 cars finished on the lead lap. DiBenedetto rallied for an 11th place finish there late as well. Just missing out on the top 10. That is going to do it, guys. I hope you enjoyed. This was a very fun race, excluding the horrid start at the very beginning, unfortunately, with that rain incident on lap 6. But, you know, outside of that, I mean, this is like a 10 out of 10 race if you exclude the incident that happened at the very beginning. But all right. Yeah, again, thanks, everybody. Like, share, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. I will see you guys on multiple plethora of live streams tomorrow. We're going to be live streaming quite a bit. NASCAR 05 earlier in the afternoon. We're going to be having the NASCAR Fantasy Podcast at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. So listen in for that one. We'll talk all things that happened today in New Hampshire's race, the playoff fallout, obviously the fantasy, what went down there, the controversy at the start of the race, and more. And then we'll also have the first race of the playoffs of the NASCAR Heat 5 career mode tomorrow night at Darlington as well. Full race live stream there. We'll see if we can make our way through the playoffs. We only got 2 wins and 4 stage wins, and we did not finish in the top 10 of the regular season standings, so not a lot of playoff points there, but that should be a lot of fun. Fortunately, with the rain delay today, we were not able to get that race in during today, so we are having a double header tomorrow with that, and then NASCAR 05 wasn't able to run last night either, unfortunately, due to me getting home a little later than what I expected after work. So that is going to be it, everybody. Like, share, subscribe again. Appreciate your support as always, and I will see you guys for a great day of action on the channel tomorrow.